say it's time. I forgot to fucking turn on the fan. I do that every single time I start a stream. The fan is like the most important thing for like streams lately. Because this room, we're getting to the point in Arizona, right? Let me just check what the weather is right now. It's currently 7 o'clock at night, but it's 100 degrees out right now. It gets very hot in this room, and I'm an idiot and wearing a sweater. So, on the back of this note card, reminds me of what we did last time and what we need to do. So we finished an ending last time in Buried Stars, and we got 2 bits of information. Duyun said that we need to tell Yihuk that it wasn't his fault, so something in the future, and we have to answer a specific text message. We're gonna speed through things for the most part. I'm gonna still try to keep everyone's rapport high, but we get to talk to everybody. So since we're on New Game Plus, hopefully it's not too loud for you guys, but I don't know, this game is weird. What up, Cheese? So we got social media, but we can't do that. We can't do message. We can check the rank. Never mind. Contacts, we can kind of see just general stuff about the people. Phone, can't make any phone calls. Auto write, can't do anything about that. Settings, got to make sure that we change the ringtone, otherwise we do die. But essentially, we now have log, so we can actually see how the report changes, and we can get some keywords based on what we say. If their face is not shown, that means it's going to decrease their rapport. So what we're going to be doing, hopefully, is we're just going to speed through and make sure we get all the keywords and choose correctly. So we're going to start with smartwatch, and we've already seen this before. And since we did that, yep, cool. So we just want to make sure we just keep increasing rapport. We don't want to lower our rapport. I just want to see. Oh, lowered our thing. So I want to make sure that I should probably load the autosave or load the Gathering of Survivors. Because what I need to do is we need to make sure that our mental health does not go down. And we got to make sure that our rapport goes up. There we go. So sweet, since that went up, we get a rapport event. And we get to see things, and things get better. And since we changed it, we live. Awesome. So I'm going to keep doing that. And once again, we're going to be choosing everything that like actually ups it, but we also need to get keywords too. So just saying B-stars is not going to do anything, but sponsorship, we want to make sure that we do to isolate the contestants. I just want to make sure that it raises. Perfect. It does raise. And then this will raise up, and this will raise up as well. Now, if it doesn't do anything, we're not going to do anything. We're going to quick save again. But we've already seen this, so we don't need to like repeat. Now there is some stuff that we don't know. However, the reason we don't know, and I'm going to do this anyway, is because this should actually it's going to lower his rapport. Which sucks, but like that's gonna be fine. We want to make sure that we see everything so we don't miss out. So smartwatch. You want mine? Nope, he's not happy. God dang it. Why are you not happy, Mr. Seal Boy? God, Seal's just gotta be sad. But Cheese, how's it going? Oh, I see. I see what we can do. You just slept for a very long time. Welcome to the same thing. So we get to learn more about Seal. But we've already done like these rapport events, I think. Is there, hold on, game settings. Text speed. I'm gonna put that to 2. I think this is fine. Yeah, I don't think anything is gonna change until we do other stuff. So we'll do that. Okay, so here's the thing. If we do number two means that we move on and we've done good things. Number 1, okay, so that goes down. This. That just depressed me. So we'll go back to number 2. And then if we do a new thing, we just got to do number 1. So profile correction. So felt anger. And that made me even more depressed. All right, never mind. Game didn't want me to do that. Game lied to me. The game lied to me. It said, oh, by the way, you thought you could do that? No. So we have to do this. Seal's just the hard one. Alright, so we save. Nope, to number 2. Ina. So Ina does have none that are new, but we can keep raising stuff with her. You could ask a sponsor. Just want to see if this does anything. So this shows us the ringtone, but we already know. Okay, so this does raise. Cool. Just want to make sure that it raises, and every rapport event means that we increase. And I also want to do these 3 before I do rescue, because we do want to raise as much as we can. For those who are joining though and do not understand what's happening, we actually did the first ending of this game last time. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so we've already done the first ending of this game, where unfortunately everyone died. I'm just gonna tell you right now, everyone died. So as a result, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this. So that's gonna lower, and we're gonna do this, and this is gonna lower again. But if I quick save for number 1 and then load number 2, it should work. But yeah, there's stuff that we have to do, and the game told us that we need to respond to a specific text message to get more information. So this guy has the newest model. Take photos. Yours has a built-in camera. And this guy was loved by the production staff, which is why he gets the cool things. Nothing else. Cool. Do a quick save for number 2. So we're just trying to rush, right? Right now we are literally just trying to rush as quick as we can to the last part. There's... Can only call the same people. Julia. I wish it's like, I wish while pressing control, like it actually stops. Right? Like I wish it stops at new stuff, but meh. Alright. Just keep raising rapport. That's all we need. And then before profile correction, we will do number 2. But yeah, so far for this game, putting a heavy burden on the staff member shifted too much responsibility. Essentially, we need to just figure out more of what's going on in this game and doing as best as we can to unlock everything and figure out the secrets, because otherwise everyone will die. Everyone's rapport should have increased, and so has our sanity. Awesome. We're learning about all the watches. Let me see. The functions available to Duyun's watch is messenger, record, ringtone, contacts, and the phone app. That should be all of them. Never mind. How crazy. It's like the entire game just stopped. Crazy. No, we do that if we screw something up. So we can't record new messages, but we like that's where I fucked up. We don't want to lower anyone's rapport though. That's the key. We do not want to lower anyone's rapport. So I should pay a little bit more attention, but I'm not. So it's the messenger app, the ringtone, the lock setting, the contact, and the phone. Because the record app, it's the inability app, means it sometimes needs to be reinstalled, and only Hyusung has that one. So that should be all 5. There we go. Everyone's happy. Awkward silence. There's voting still going on. Results, it may be reflected. Let's say that. Still voting. Yeah, people are still gonna be voting, but it's fine that our Hyusung's getting more votes because he's posting. So now we gotta argue with him. However, now we get access to Fader and we can get some more information. So dude's still a criminal. Morning, Ketsy. We're not gonna reply to anyone yet. Just need to grab as many keywords as we possibly can as we go through this. Rumor has it someone's stalking Ina. We actually know who it is. Looking for Sung Yeon. But we need to be very aware of the messaging app, which we will see later. Did you respond to the one we missed? We have not gotten there yet. We literally just started the stream. Make attacks. Run, Ju-young, run. Some people making fun of her. Okay, so now I need to save to... Alright, so, share Hyusung's points. People are just so weird in this game. Why do you keep calling cheese baby cheese? I feel like that's just insulting to cheese. There's not a reason to call cheese baby cheese. It's just cheese. Oh, it's either better. Well, no, people. So I gotta do the other option. That's the thing, is that's why it wants you to reset so many times, is because it wants you to go through this. Share Husung's post. So Doyoon's still alive. Quick save. All right, I don't remember anything else I would need to do. Dead. Still alive. Damn, that guy's... I forgot, that's the bandmate who's just an asshole. The entire premise of this game, though, seems to revolve around just social media, which is interesting. I do wish that the game actually showed what option does raise specific rapport, but... Boom. Okay, cool. So that is everything. Quick save. Do I have access to everything? Social media. So we do have access to social media. Messenger. Let me see. So that was beginning. Where are you? Reply ASAP. Signals weak. So that's all of them. We don't have anything for seal, and then plug hole is not here yet. Well, this is New Game Plus. It just doesn't show us the specifics. Memo. So that's all of that. Contacts. So we do have that. Auto write. Calm people. I'd rather calm people for auto write. Phone. My contacts. Okay, we're good. All right, now let's go through here. So if there's nothing, so I want to do the nothing ones first, save them for first, and then go from there. So we do this. Snob. Stalker. Star producer. Okay. So then we quick save that as number 1, and then we reload number 2, and then that should show us the choices, which we do need to make sure we have all the choices, so that way we don't repeat things. So it's good to know. So like, yeah, we're not going to choose anything that's like this. So ongoing voting. We also want to make sure we get the keyword silver spoon. He doesn't seem to regret it. All right. I might need to know this for later, but maybe there is a timeline or something. Maybe there is like a timeline thing later. So that way we don't have to keep doing this over and over again. We'll see. Just making sure we increase everyone's rapport. Awesome. So that's number 2. We go to seal, ongoing voting. So let's just decrease all of our stuff. Because you gotta remember, Seal hates like nearly everyone except for Ina. And Seal is Ina's stalker. Like, we have kind of got that confirmed right now that Seal is Ina's stalker, which, I mean, it ultimately in an ending, in the first ending, leads to him getting just straight murdered by Ina. So that is something to consider. All right, Vader. Maybe I should do like an Excel sheet. Hold on. Can I do an Excel sheet? Let's do a blank workbook. Close. I'm gonna rename this to Seal. Vader. That's what he wants. Not a appropriate for the purpose of the show. So I'm gonna highlight these. Red is good, blue is bad. Sorry, red is bad, blue is good. Regarding Houston's excessive use of favor, it's not appropriate. That should be the better option. Yes, it is. Awesome. Oh god, there's so much shit around here. Hold on a sec. Yeah, no, we haven't seen any sort of timeline, so I think just doing the Excel sheet is probably the best way to do it. Can I have like a lighter red? And then can I have a lighter blue? Cool. Criminal, snob. Star producer, because you actually looked up to her. And it doesn't matter if we lose like some of our info, because we're gonna get it later. Okay, so Fader Star. So we're gonna go to number 2. Quick save. Move this over here. Seal Fader Star. So Fader Star. Ah, fuck. Clean a bit of your room. Not my room, not my desk. Oops. Please. Regarding Sungun's protection of Hyusung, I felt it too. Because you gotta remember, Seal hates Hyusung, so we want to make sure that we choose things that make him happy. Cool. Huck, Fader Star. Just want to make sure we go back so that way nothing's lowering there. Hyusung. Let's do all the good things for Hyusung real quick. Rapport event. We have seen criminal, which somehow raises his rapport. Snob. Stalker. Man, we are really lowering our mental state, but we are at least getting nicer with Hyusung. Remember, this is the guy who kicks the bucket early. Man, really talking to him depresses the fuck out of us. Jesus. Okay, this is gonna be just negative in general, so we quick save. And then we go load to number 2. I think it's after this part though, right? It's after we find the producer's body. All right, so this is gonna be Hyusung. This is the fader word, not the time for that. Do you think I can? Okay, there we go. As to a suggestion that you should use fader. Do you think I can? Okay, do you think I can is the better option. So this is the bad one. This is the good one. Okay. Save again. Once again, save number 2. I need to write this down. Save 2 equal good. Save 1 equal bad. Just so that way I have like a list. Seal. I just want to make sure nothing added. Okay, Ina. Let's get Ina to be more positive. Because once again, we need to build up everyone's rapport. So I want to make sure I choose all of the regular blue ones first. And then we're going to pick the ones that don't have anything because we know they're bad. Don't know why I have that one still down. That seems weird. All right, Silver Spoon and Fader Star. Okay. So Ina, I'm gonna go Silver Spoon. So this should lower your rapport, which is what we care about. Fader Star. There we go. Both of us are good. So now we save at number 1, and then we reload number 2. Perfect. 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 And then all we have, yep, there we go. So we have 2 code words. We got snob. So I need to make another one for Ina, Which one was that? Snob. That will distort your real personality. People will criticize you. Thank you. Cool. Once again, this might change if there's like some new games plus stuff. All right, so that made you happy. Damn. Okay, cool. So there we go. Got some more information. Quick save for number 2. We'll get there soon, I'm sure. Because did the staff discourage you? No. So the staff one's not the right one. So let's reload. Load number 2. I totally didn't even write down what the options were, but it's not the staff one. Good to know. Good to know. Ina Stalker. Okay, so Stalker, the staff discouraged her from doing it. Is there anything else you're worried about? All right, so staff discourages the bad one, and that's the good one. Cool. Now we know that raises. Awesome. It doesn't matter about our mental health in this game right now. We're just gonna keep moving forward. And the last one is Ju-Young, so we'll choose all of her good ones first. Star producer. Panic attacks. Holy crap. You have... Okay, so we have all of these unlocked. So you need Betrayer, Run Ju-Young Run, and Fader. Awesome. Well, it's good that you're maxed. So we'll go Fader first. And this is Ju-Young. So let's go rename Ju-Young. And this first one is Fader. Consequence-wise, all the same. Now that I think about it, they're different. Let's go. As to whether auto-write is different, I think they are different. How many letters per second do I do? 120, I believe. Okay, so now I think about it, they're different. Bada bang, bada boom. Quick save. I think 120 was the last time we did that, right? Betrayer. Betrayer. I remember it fondly. I don't remember it fondly. Memory of the band. I remember it fondly. I liked the band. I had good memories with my bandmates, even though half of them hated me, but the other half loved me. It was perfect. Because yeah, we were part of Masquerade. Awesome. And then lastly is Run Ju-Young Run. Run Ju-Young Run. And we have, I don't think it's true. It would help if I can spell the word true. I'll believe it if you want me to. I don't think it's true. Okay, that's the bad one. I'll believe it if you want me to, is the proper answer. My bad, my bad, my bad. She's like, I'm sorry. What? What did you just say? But it's good to actually have this all written down so that way. And you know what? Hold on, let me cut and paste this down here. Because this is, I think it's falling apart is what it's called. Yeah, falling apart. So I want to make sure that these are all listed. And then this one's going to be green. How'd you learn to type that fast? Because I've been on computers all my life. So I'll believe it if you want me to. Boom. No more stuff, so we can go to quick save. And then I'm gonna make another one that's called extra scenes. Just in case if there's more stuff. All right, so we should be good. We can leave. We got our keywords and profiles. Our sanity worsened, but that's actually fine. They're gonna be freaking out. Oh shit. Boom. Haha. I can pause it. Haha. You didn't think I could pause it, did you? Hyusung going crazy. Bring up something. Wait, what? Bring up something to give him advice. Say you're very disappointed. Don't respond. So there's 3 things to do. There's bring him some advice. Bring up something to give him some advice. Say you're disappointed. Don't respond. I'm going to bring up something to give him a response. Oh shit. So I can... So I'm gonna choose exposure. See what this does. Of course, you gain attention by posting things on Fader, but you can also face public criticism big time, like when your password is revealed. The timeline response is already split into 2. Why don't you calm down and cool off a bit? Okay, I'm gonna just mark that as potential good. I think that's potentially good. Just had to try to calm himself down. Well, sick burn there. Okay. For those who, okay. So we'll show this off. So I think that was the right thing to do. We'll kind of check out other stuff later. Like we'll do all the different options. But this is Sungyeon's body being found. So that's what that is. Not bad, not bad. No one could even speak. They found a dead body. To be continued. All right, cool. We're on chapter 2. Sanity, normal, seal. Okay, sweet. Trusted. Search. So now we're in confusion chapter. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going. Extra scenes. All right, so next is investigating Sungyeon's corpse. And we can either, I'll do it, we can't do that. I think I'm gonna say I'll do it. So Gyuhuk down. Juyoung up. Do it. Gyuhuk. Hyuk. Juyoung. Juyoung's increases. Okay. I just want to make sure that I have everything listed about like the responses. So she's dead. Once again, this is just the thing that happens. Like this is like there's investigation, which is the only time we've actually seen the investigation. But there are some inconsistencies that we will be seeing later. So we'll see that there's some inconsistencies with her dead body, but that's not much we can do about it. Site to Ina's suggestion. So this is Ina's suggestion. Disagree with her. Agree with her. We need to agree because we need to leave. Okay, so if we agree, Hugh Sung is down. And you is good. Sorry if it like keeps freezing and such because I'm literally just kind of making sure I can go through this fast. Are any of those gonna change? No, no changes. Okay. All right. So we're gonna quick save, and this quick save is on number 3. So number 3, and number 3 is what the fuck just happened? Was that Excel or was that the screen? I think that was Excel. Okay. So where are we at? This is victim found. No. So victim found. Let's kind of go through this real quick. Bossy. I just want to collect all the information from Fader real fast. And then we will kind of go from there. I really wish there was a timeline. Like having a timeline would be freaking dope. I'm gonna need to make another thing that is just called fader. Put fader at the beginning. Maker. Okay. And then so this what was this called? I think this is just called, well, okay. The person that we're about to talk to is we're on Beastars. That's who we're about to talk to. Let's save, quick save, and this is gonna be victim found is what it's called. So victim found. And I want to make sure that it is this green. Okay, cool. No. I keep accidentally doing stuff. I'm sorry. All right, because if there is no like, if it doesn't actually show, then yeah. So what do you mean? Why is that your fault? I had it coming when I said I'd stay in Beastars. Was that? What is happening? I'm sorry, it's my fault. No, we take responsibility. Yeah. Skim through everything, I guess. Okay. So if it's nothing, we're gonna do gray. Okay. That way we have that. We do number 3 again. Okay. We checked the watch. Social media, we've already checked. Messenger. Plug hole. There is plug hole. So confusion. I don't know what that says. Can I read what that says? Do I have Google Translate on my phone? Google Translate. Help me out here. Sure. Not now. That was not Google Translate. That was actually my phone's just default translate system, but it doesn't have a thing. I don't know how to speak Korean, so. Camera. Okay, whoops. There is no conversation with that person in this time zone. That's what that says. I don't know why it's in Korean, but it just says that there is no conversation or the conversation with that person in this time zone. So that means that there's never going to be a conversation. But this person. How do I respond to you? How do I help? Enter chat room. Wait, how do I message? How do I respond to this person? I need to respond to that person. How do I do that? Confusion. How do I respond? Does anyone know how I can respond to this person? Settings. How do I respond to said person? Also, hold on. Collection, sound, call. We should have done all the Julian stuff. Right, victim found. Ina. Yuhuk victim found. Juyung victim found. Sung victim found. Okay. So we've already done all the victim found ones. Can somebody look up how I respond to that person? See you. So did I miss anything? No, you did not. Oh, it just raises by a little bit. I'm gonna check something actually. Let me quick save real quick on number 3. Well, what happens if I load the autosave? Where I don't do anything immediately. Nope. Okay, it's still like that. So let's load number 3. How do I respond to this person? Plug hole, are you on here? Does somebody want to look it up for me real quick on just like how I respond to this person? We're gonna press all of the buttons. Making sure I don't accidentally mute myself here. What the fuck am I doing, dude? What the fuck am I doing? I swear, what the fuck am I doing? I have hit every single button on this keyboard. I'm literally trying to respond. I'm like typing responses right now. Yes, I am. I want to respond to you. Literally on my note card, it says to respond to you. Maybe I have to do some more stuff. Let's just do the first ones real quick. And troublemaker, okay. So we click save number 1. And then we reload number 3. Maybe there's a game setting. I do not know. Speaking of which, rename you Hyuk. Victim found. Let's sigh. Let's sigh. Because that's the only thing that the game told me. Right? The only there's 2 things that the game has told me to do. Not going to answer from chapter 2, and should have told him it wasn't his fault. Which is telling Yuhuk that it wasn't his fault that somebody died. I'm very confused. I'm just gonna go through these real fast. So Sung Yeon debris. The debris that fell on her head. The steel frames that crushed her legs. Okay. It's probably the debris that fell on her head that caused the death, right? Yeah, okay. So that is correct, and this one is not. I feel like I'm very stupid. Troublemaker real quick. Like, I feel like there should be something something fairly obvious that I need to do. Just kind of keep checking. Crowded site. Crowded site. Rescue delay. Provocative media coverage. An accident site could lead to rescue delay. Which is the correct option. I know what I'm doing. Hell yeah, I know what I'm doing. Connection. Okay, cool. So you're good. I have an option. I have an idea. Hold on. Wait a second. What if I choose this? Sorry, no, I saved. So this is falling apart, so we can leave. What happens if we choose the other options? Maybe we need to choose the other options, or maybe we need to do something else. Let's just do nothing. Extra scenes, we're gonna just not respond. So not responding does sad things. Good to know. Okay. Yep, we skip. To be continued. Yeah. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. We can't do that, just so we can choose stuff. And then U-Hook. Positive. Oh no! Excel! Why is Excel crashing? Of all the things to crash, why is it Excel? Excel, it's not even that bad. I literally just copy and pasted, and you're telling me that that you're gonna crash? What? It's not even crashing the stream or anything. It's just the fact that Excel is like, I can't figure this out, man. I can't figure it out. Oh, there we go. It's back. No, Ju-Young. So it just erases stuff with Ju-Young, and that's it. Plug hole will lead to the true end. Well, I mean, that does make sense. What if we load and say the other thing? Like that, I mean, that makes sense that plug hole will, but is there anything that we can do to say you're disappointed? So saying nothing also does bad things. What else do I need? Like, how? All I'm doing is going back through the story is what I'm doing now. Do you Han? My answer. All right, this is gonna be risky, but I'm gonna look it up real quick. Use the messenger app in buried stars. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out something. Okay. So this is where I'm at right now. I'm just figuring this out real quick. Wait, so hold on. I'm so confused how this is supposed to work. So the plug hole thing makes no sense for right now. Essentially, we need to get to... Okay, we're at the point that we're at right now. So hold on, I'm going to use this real fast. So we need to be at here. Okay, so what it wants me to do, but I don't think I can do, is I'm supposed to call Hyusung, but we're gonna do that right now. So what I'm gonna do, actually I already fucking called Hyusung, or I called Juyeon. Whatever, doesn't matter. So what I need to do, luckily this has it all. So debris, which we've already done. So like I said, we're just gonna skip through all this. Just heads up, you may need to lose or not earn report to get some progress. Yeah, no, that's what it seems like. So we're gonna talk to Seal. We need to say head, debris, be right, bossy, which is left. Just gonna do this. Collusion, which is right. I'm just gonna keep rapport high right now. Like, I'm gonna play the game that I want to, but I just want to see if we can get to the place like where the next beat is. Juyong, so the head is left. Because like things are not making too much sense. It says that I need to talk to the to plug hole, right? Because that's what the thing showed. It's not really doing too much, so it's like wants me to replay through the entire game, which I don't completely understand why. So Hyusung, head, left, and then legs is another one. Pants were torn. Crowded sight. Data delivered. I'm gonna pick right. I'm just so confused. And then Troublemaker gives us a character profile, which we don't need because we already have, but whatever. And then we need to talk to Ina, which is body. I'm gonna choose left. And then hand, which is also left. So like, once again, I'm just trying to, it's all this stuff. All right, so now we can proceed. I'm going to save at number 4. So I just want to figure this out. So now we leave. 16-1, okay. So now we skip through this. So now we need to choose hand wounds and head injury, which we did. We need to choose, okay. Regarding the discovery of Sung Yoon after her death, we need to choose, I wonder what else we could have done. Does that do anything? It raises up everybody and lowers those two. Okay, cool. And then we need to speak to Hyusung, defy him. And then we need to choose left again, because everyone will be happy. So we can get some bad endings, by the way. So we just gotta choose stuff. It's just showing things right now, but we're gonna show some endings real quick. Right passage, right wall, right ceiling, left wall, left ceiling, left passage. So let's show some unique bad endings. Let's go passage, right passage. The right passage behind the stage. Like Seal said, it's closest to the other exit. Yes, it must be close to the exit. Staff knows the best when it comes to the stage. Everyone knows it's close to the exit, so what? The problem is that the passage has been blocked off from where we stand. Not completely. We can remove the debris to clear the path. The group decided to go along with Seal's idea. We need to clear this area. Be careful when they begin to carefully remove the debris around the door. Is this enough? Enough. Now if I open the door, but the door didn't budge. What's happening? Is this stuck or something? Seal strained, trying to push and pull the door. Is this okay if I force it open? Suddenly the place began to shake again. Ah, why now? And we die. Ah! Something fell down and hit Duyun on the head. It happened before he even had time to pull himself out. No! Duyun, he moaned, but the sound didn't come out of his mouth. He died! That's a bad ending. That's one of the bad endings that we did not see. So I'm going to show off the other one. Safety risk. Gives me a hint. From last save, yes. So challenge, not guaranteed. And then now if we say the audience area exit. The exit by the audience area. Like Hyusung said, people already evacuated through there. Yeah, Hyusung's happy. You're my bro. I'm just saying we should take the proven route with all the fuss. Dude, we have to crawl through the gap between the collapsed walls. Do you think it's safe? Then is it safe to stay in the ruin? It does look dangerous though. I know there's only one true exit. We already know, we've done this before, but I want to show off the bad ones. June crossed her arms, she looked pale. Isn't one of the parts of Beastars that you should accept the results gracefully? We're all right then. Well, all right then. Then the person suggesting it first should go ahead and check it out, for the rest of us, right? Hyusung gave Duyun a glance. It didn't look safe, but he already made his decision. Duyun nodded. Right on, let's go! The two headed toward the ruined audience area. Hyusung seemed to hesitate after arriving at the site. You see it? It's the gap under this place. I know, I'll go first. Dots. Hyusung muttered something to the rest of the group, standing in the back. Hey, that's... Never mind, I'll be right behind you. Duyun leaned forward to check the gap beneath the wall. He felt like he saw something, but wasn't sure exactly what it was. I think I see something. Duyun pushed himself in a little further. Is this a passage or... At the moment, the ground began to shake again. Ah, right now! And we died. Ah! Something fell out of the darkness, hit Duyun on the head. Happened before he even had time to pull himself out. Hyusung's scream died away quickly, and everything went black as if turning off a light switch. Yay, we died! Close but dangerous. Choose safety over proximity. Yeah. Alright, so we need to choose left passage. So this is what we've actually done. So we choose the left passage. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. And then this is just going to be us showing, it's just us exploring the rest of the area. Doop-a-doo. Because yeah, we've already seen all of this. Once again, if you're new here, we've already seen all of this. So that means my Excel sheet is actually very useless, but whatever. So it's just them exploring everything and just kind of getting an idea of what's going on. This is the dressing room, but the dressing room wall is caving in. Once again, I just want to see if there's more stuff that we haven't done. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. So we keep moving. Save checkpoint, men's restroom. So they're just talking about all the different places that we can go. But we need to go to the stage. The stage is the safest place. Doop-a-doo. We'll keep skipping through this, and then it's going to give us another choice here in a moment. To Hyusung, who says Fader is working. Any interesting posts? Because we want to cheer him up, mostly because once again we know what happens to him relatively soon. Why let them run amok? Because now the ghost of S. Sung-yeon is being a dick, saying people are going to die. And we do this, so that way Hyusung's happy. Cool. All right. For here, so we're gonna quick save again. We're gonna quick save at number 4. What is my collection looking like right now? So yeah, we got 2 challenges, by the way, 2 endings, because we went the wrong way, got buried, and went the wrong way and got buried. So, you know, that happens. But what we need to do is what I want to do actually. So this is called Believe. So if we go to sound and go to call, we've talked to Gyuhuk here. We have talked to Ina. So we did get all the calls here. I just kind of fucked it all up. But we do want to talk to Hyusung, apparently, according to what I'm reading. Because I'm very confused about how this works. But first, let's go through Fader. For raid with the max gone, we want to say left. This should improve our sanity. Going down a little bit. Faking panic attacks, which is not what she's doing. Contradictory, which is whatever. Sung-yeon. Also, have I gotten this picture yet? I have no idea. We'll just double check it. Reason for exception. We'll talk to the bright. Not gonna do anything. Hyusung look lost in TV. There's Hyusung. We just need to get all these real quick. Name that Sung-yeon had favored Hyusung in every single way. That's crazy. And then this is an anonymous account because they're trying to make profit off of somebody's death, which is fucked up. You should never make profit off of somebody's death. And this is Hyusung before his hair dyed red and he just had black hair. Public opinion. Thanks for your continued support. Screw you. Staff list. Audience list. Man, they really just want you to go through everything, huh? This is crazy. Yeah, I know. There's just so much stuff that they want you to do. Let's phone call Hyusung, which we've already done. We just want to build his rapport a little bit more. But like now that with Messenger, like we're not going to answer because we don't know how to. So it's like, what the hell? Once again, once we get to new stuff, I'll start explaining more. But we're going to go from this. So we're going to start with Ina. I'm going to go faked panic attacks. We need to do left. Reason for exception. Defense. And public opinion. We need to choose the right one for public opinion. Then we need to talk to Hyusung for contradictory. Then reason for exception. The right answer and reason for exception. Aftermath. Favoritism, which does which gives us a profile for him, which is what we need. Public enemy. And defense. We need to choose left. Then we need to talk to Seal. In Seal, we need to do strange letter. And we need to choose the right one. Then investigation rumor. Then aftermath. Then favoritism. Left. then public enemy, then staff list, and we do right. Then we have to do audience list, and then outsourcing, and outsourcing will be left. Man, there's so much stuff, but at least we're doing like pretty good, all things considered. Then we talk to Guhuck, and Guhuck we need to do anonymous account. Anonymous account, and we need to go left. Then we need to do public enemy, and then we need to do audience list. Audience list. We need to do right. And then lastly, we need to talk to Ju-Young, and Ju-Young is going to be faked panic attacks. Contradictory. We need to choose right. And then unfair acquisition. And we need to choose left. And then reason for exception. Okay, so what is being said? Hold on. If you got the trophy, show ended. What is that? Okay, we got the first ending. Okay, so yeah. So if you got in the trophy, show ended, this is where you're supposed to make your save. So we're gonna make our save at number 15. So I need to write that down. Holy shit. Let me write that down. Let me write that down. So 15 root split. So this is where the root splits, and this is where we didn't know, obviously, but that's fine. And we need to play A root first. As B root makes figuring out the mysteries in A root's too easy. The game also clearly intends A root to be easier to find. If you're on this, if you're following this in your first run, stick to A root section for the most accurate guide. Okay, so I just want to see what happens. So we do A root. Have you max rapport with Hyusung? I don't know. I think because I didn't call him the first time, maybe not. But I'm reading through this just to get an idea, because this is all stuff we did last stream, which was talk with him. Oh, keyword choice and first run of this keyword. Then we did chicken game, which is what we did. Scattered. Okay, we've done this. Instant fall won't until you end the trophy show ended. Okay. Okay, I see what we have to do. I see what we have to do. Wow, that is ridiculous. All right, let me show you guys what we have to do. This, honestly, not a big fan of this, but okay. Actually, it makes sense. I'm just stupid. I'm just really, really stupid. Barista, unfair. I'm the one who's stupid, actually. I'm the one who's actually stupid. Wait, what? Oh, sponsored watch, yeah. There's our fully trusted. Yeah, I'll show you guys. Give me a sec. So everyone should be at fully trusted. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We can get the event for Hyusung. We'll be fine. So Wrath. Okay. I just want to figure out where this choice was and what choice did I make. Hyusung is running amok, demanding the continuation of the show. I'm pretty sure I hit I can understand him. So if you hit I can understand him, apparently that's for the true ending. We're not going to do that. We need to hit I cannot understand him. So we need to do this. And once again, I'll go through all the information here soon. This is just, we're retreading old ground. We've seen literally all of this before. Do as you want. Okay, so once again, this is the point where we ended off, or where we started the stream last time. We need to call people, so we're gonna save right here. So this is gonna be number 1, and then I need to call everybody. So phone, Hyusung, Ina. So we need to talk to Ina, and then we're gonna kind of reload some stuff. You'll see. It's me. Did you meet him? What's he saying? What in the world is he thinking? What are you doing? Hang up the phone right now. That was Hyusung, right? What did you say? Hey, come on, deal with me. He's telling me to hang up. Who does he think he is, ordering people around? I'll talk to you later. So yeah, this is just for the sound collection, is what we're doing. So I want a quick save on number 2 and then reload number 1. So that way we can see all of these conversations. So just to, let me do the calls first, and then I'm gonna recap you guys on what's going on. So talk to Gyuhuk. And we can't talk to Sealer, the producer. So did you meet Hyusung? I'm with him right now. What are you doing? Hand the phone right now. He's telling me to pick up the phone. Okay, I'll call you later then. So yeah, that's all we need to do there. Okay, so here's the whole gist. So up until this point, and I know it's been an hour and a half of us streaming this, and it's just been getting back to this point. So to give a recap of what's going on in the story, 5 Korean pop stars essentially, and a producer's assistant all get buried alive on a show called Buried Stars. While people are trying to rescue them, they kind of take stock of their mental health, take stock of how they're doing. And as a result, I'm going to, don't say this, please. As a result, they have to deal with like kind of their mental struggles because they're being buried alive. And they then find the producer's dead body, showing that, you know, people are dead as a result of this burial. Then a fake anonymous account on their like social media, which is called Fader, comes back or like shows up and decides to say, hey, guess what? I'm an asshole. I'm going to masquerade as your dead producer. I'm the ghost of the dead producer. Whoever's in last place on the leaderboard is going to die, which is this right here. So Hyusung right now is in last place. We're in 4th. Gyuhuk is safe, but essentially it's like, hey, last place person. Also, Sagefire, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome to Kid Party. Enjoy your follow remotes. How's it going? So as a result, they find this all out, and Hyusung realizes that he's gonna die. Like, he is in last place by 3,000 votes right now. He's gonna die. He needs to do something. So he decides to make a break for it to the dressing room and try to convince the other 4 in individual situations. He's trying to convince them to drop out so that way he doesn't die. Obviously it's not gonna work, but we'll get there. So with that being said, we started last stream in this room, and what happened was we talked to Hyusung, we tried to calm him down, didn't really go too well. We then left and we go from there. So let's do some different things. So first we're gonna open Fader. We need to respond to we're on B stars, and we need to increase our sanity. But we're gonna be doing some new things. Once again, we're skipping through this really fast because literally we showed this all last time. Also, we hate Jungle Penguin. I'm sorry, but Jungle Penguin can go fuck off. So we'll just kind of go through there, skip through everything. Awesome. We need to make a save. And we're gonna get a bad ending. We missed out on this bad ending last time, so let's do this. So we need to go to official death. And we want to choose left. Hyusung scratched his neck frantically after finishing what he had to say. Dude, you think I'm a baby? Do you really think you can convince me into following you out? No, I didn't. Your eyes are telling me so. You talk to me like a baby, am I right? Admit it. Hyusung pulled out his short collar and glared at Dooyoon. So that is the first step for his bad ending. Then we want to do Hyusung Estranged, which we've once again shown. We want to choose right, so let's choose left. Left is the bad one. He's going to get more and more finicky, essentially. Once again, we want to make sure we're choosing the wrong answers. That's how it goes. Oh, rapport event. Fault. You think so too? What are you talking about? No, we've seen this before. Yeah, we've seen this. So on and so forth. Okay. Victim. I'm gonna go right. Hyusung looks slightly annoyed. Better speak more carefully. Nope. Hypocrites. We want to choose right. Good morning, War. How's things? I've been asleep all day. Hyusung looks slightly annoyed. Drop out request. We're just gonna get through this real quick. Hopes of continuing. We want to choose left. So he's getting more and more annoyed, but that's okay. Hyusung looked quite annoyed. Better pay more attention to this conversation. Murder threats. Disregard. And difference in quality. And by choosing all of the wrong options, we should be dealing with something. Hyusung bit his lower lip. Voluntary recognition for option. Correct. Are you going to force them? Of course not. I'm sure. Yeah. Got woken up half an hour, then you catch shoving nose in ear. Makes sense. All right. So this should be a bad ending. After they were finished talking, Hyusung smirked. Now I get it. You're trying to talk me out of this. Hyusung, forget the show. We just need to get out of here in one piece. Is that what you're suggesting? How could you do that when you know my life depends on this? Safety comes first. What did I say that was wrong? I choose only one, but you could have it all. Hyusung raised his hunched shoulders. Okay. So hold on. Wait, what? Let me do another save. So I want to do right here, deserter. Yeah, so I want to do that one, and then we'll come back to the first one later. So this should be a bad ending, I think. The talk wasn't going anywhere. There was a long silence between the two. Do you really think Beastars will continue? With the current episode rankings and contestants? They can change, but the show will continue. If they don't, I'll be eliminated right away. If I get eliminated, my life is over. Hyusung nodded to himself. I know people are talking behind my back. Cocky, pathetic, lazy, big-mouth, bully, criminal. I've earned all those titles. I thought things would get better in the end. But Sungyeon is gone. Tears welled up in his eyes. I've been framed as a betrayer. You know how I feel, right? I can't just sit around when my life gets ruined. Is that what you're going to tell the others? To drop out of the audition for you? They have no choice but to listen to me. I told you I have aces in the hole. Hyusung rubbed his chin with his hand. At least one of them will listen to me. Unyielding. I can't imagine what you're going to say. Are you worried about the others? Why? They're different from us. Their reputations are intact. They can succeed without Beastars. Better to eliminate other contestants. The show is the survival of the fittest. I've already seen this. I've definitely already seen all this. I wasn't sure about it either. Decided to give his last shot at persuading Hyusung. This So this is new. If that's true that they wouldn't just drop out because someone asked them to, this would probably be provoked. We point out that the others also try to defend their places. Yes. Musung's lips curled at what Duyun said. Bro, heightening the competitive spirit to trip him up is what I intend on doing. Haven't you been listening? If what you said is true, that would be the best scenario for me. Thank you for keeping my hopes up. Is that so? Yusung was unshakable. I'm done talking with you. Wait, not like this. I have nothing more to say to you. Next person, please. You won't get what you want. I have nothing to lose. If I go berserk, someone will get scared of me and give up. Yeah. A week all of a sudden. Take a half step back. Safety comes first. Blue cool. Go talk to the others. Did I miss anything? I feel like I missed it. Hello, everybody. I'm just gonna... You're trying to get the game over? You missed it? That's what I figured. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the game over. What do I need to specifically do? What's the best way? Well, like, what's the best way to get the game over? Do I have to choose things like in a very specific order? Or because since his rapport is so high, I can't. Oh shit, it might be because his rapport is so high, I can't right now, huh? Basically pick all the wrong choices. Order doesn't matter, I think. I thought I already picked all the wrong choices. What? So, okay. So I don't want to pick, well, I do want to pick this. Because picking this... Oh, maybe order does matter. So we start by raising it, right? So that way we get the keyword victim. Then we get his event, which we've already seen. And then we want to do official death, and then we do the opposite. So let's try. So right is rapport up, so we want to do left. And then we want to do left again. Okay. Dropout request. Murder threat. Victim. Right. After they were finished talking, Hyusung stood still and glared at Duyun. Don't take me for a fool. If this was going to end in wordplay, I wouldn't have locked myself in. I'm just trying to have a conversation. Hyusung looked at the floor and huffed. Hypocrites. I choose right. After they were finished talking, Hyusung smirked. Now I get it, you're trying to talk me out of this. Hyusung, forget the show, we just need to get out of here in one piece. Is that what you're suggesting? How could you do that when you know my life depends on this? Safety comes first. What did I say was wrong? Why choose only one? We could have it all. We've literally... Okay, so yeah. And then we need to choose left. So the order does matter. After order does matter because I have to... If I have rapport up at any point or like a space, that's what happens. His eyes were filled with distrust. I'm done with you. I have nothing else to say to you, or maybe I just don't want to say it. Hyusung, why don't we just... I said stop. Now go. Let's go together. Suddenly a scuffle broke out. They pushed and pulled against each other frantically. I'm not going yet. Hyusung pushed Duyun's chest. Arg! Duyun lost his balance and put his hand on the dressing room table. Ah! A strong electric current ran through Duyun's body. Duyun died instantly. Damn. Well, that was abrupt. Okay, cool. So that is that. So now we got to go back through it. Cut off conversation 1. Be more sensitive to Hyusung's feelings. Do I have to? Do I have to? All right. Now we choose all the right stuff. So pour up. So once again, this rapport event we have seen. At least I'm very confident we have, and if we haven't, I'm gonna be very upset. Sound, because those are the calls. Yep, there's that call. And this call. Sweet. We missed some music, which is probably announcement. Cool. All right, and then the challenge that we got was the ending there. Okay, cool. And yeah, we've already seen that rapport event. So now if we do official death and we need to choose right, we should get another rapport event, which I haven't seen. So we got reason for posting. Relations? I should get relations next, right? There we go. Cool. Rapport events. Relations. Remember when I talked about what type of girl I liked? That you like mature girls and stuff. Yeah, it came out of nowhere. Frowning, Hyusung averted his eyes. What's taking you so long? Well, I had a relationship with somebody near the end of the preliminaries. What relationship? Well, I was going out with someone. With who? Sungyeon? Were you going out with Sungyeon? Hyusung stared at Doyoon with his wandering eyes. Sungyeon! Holy crap, he was dating Sungyeon! Who would have fucking thought that? Holy crap. Wow, okay. No way. I knew you would react that way. Are you serious? I wouldn't make a joke of someone who passed away. Doyoon unknowingly covered his mouth. It happened for many reasons, but specifically because she was my type. I asked her out without much expectation, but then she said okay. When people started talking about you and her, I thought it was nonsense. But I'm sure nobody really knew about our relationship. It didn't even last long. We broke up after I made it to the finals. Then it lasted only a couple of weeks. She said my criminal record was too much to handle. We decided to break up quietly and keep our mouths shut. It was all my fault. She told me to win the show on my own from that time on. Magnanimity. Sungyeon and Hyusung fell in love during the preliminaries and kept dating until the finals began. After a school violence scandal broke, Sungyeon broke things off with him and swore him to secrecy about their relationship. Doyoon wanted to ask him again if he really went out with her, but decided not to. I still liked her even after we broke up. Yeah, I made some mistakes, but I wanted to prove myself to her. Then the stage collapsed and now Sungyeon is gone. I'm terribly sad. Poor Sungyeon. She was always in a hurry. She suddenly decided to move the stage and it led to the shoddy stage construction. Everything added up and took her away for good. Hyusung held his trembling hand with the other hand. Still, I can't give up. I'll do what you told me to do. I'll pave my own way to victory at any cost. Doyoon just stood there, surprised by the unexpected confession. Result of relationship. Hyusung was heartbroken after Sungyeon dumped him, but he did his best to regain her attention. But then the stage collapsed and Sungyeon didn't make it out alive. Nice. Relations. Hyusung had a special relationship with the producer, Sungyeon, since the end of the preliminaries, but she dumped him during the finals, saying she couldn't cover up his scandal. That checks out. Also, I want to put, I think it was like 123 is when this started, so hold on. 123 start. Alright, next, Hyusung is estranged, which we've already seen, and we want to hit right. Cool. And this should be his second to last rapport event, according to this. You heard about me being kicked out of high school. Hyusung fell into a long silence. I wasn't the bully, it's all lies. Doyoon unknowingly opened his mouth. Not convincing at all since I have a criminal record? Not really, this is actually the first time you denied it, that's why. That's true. Hyusung fell silent, as if he was at a loss for words. What happened, really? The truth has been taken away from me. It's true I acted like a snobby punk in school. Still, I swear I wasn't a bully at least. Then how? My class leader, Kunwook, he was an asshole. He liked to constantly pick on weak people. It seemed natural for him to step on other people since he was a spoiled kid from a rich family. Everyone around him started to pick on one person. And that was you? Hyusung slowly nodded. At first I thought he was my friend, so I just wanted to go along with him. But one day I realized that I was always the one getting bullied. So I asked him why he was treating me like that. He said he was picking on me because I was weak and helpless. I got mad, but I still tried to talk with him, but then he threw a chair at me. Jesus. Duyun gulped. The chair hit me, so a fight broke out. He attacked me first, but I didn't back off, and there you go. We fought really hard. But the next day when I went to school, the whole story was changed. Yusung's voice began to shake. Their conclusion was that the class leader was beaten up by a bully. If it happened in the classroom, there must have been other students. Here comes the tragic part. Everyone testified I hit him first. They said I'd been ruining the whole class atmosphere and eventually attacked the poor guy. My mom begged his parents to accept her settlement money. I knew my family was poor. Of course, I knew that. No power, no strings to pull. I didn't even study hard. I knew I was not a good son. Nevertheless, it wasn't right. How could they blame the victim? Yusung choked up with intense emotion. Just look at Fader. I bet even the real bully is having a blast framing me in there. Shouldn't you reveal that you were framed? You would believe me. I'm a nobody. Nothing has changed. Truth is only for the powerful. You need to have money, power, or whatever. Because power manipulates the truth. So fucking true. Jesus Christ. Yusung blurted and lowered his head. Yusung. Sungyeon is dead. I'm just a screwed up criminal. How am I supposed to escape this abyss if not with this audition? How am I supposed to gain power? By the time the show ends and everybody goes back to their places, I'll be left alone, buried away. Kicking down the ladder, Yusung hated himself for having no power. He thought this was the last chance of his life, so he didn't even mind sabotaging others' chances. Oh, poor Hyusung, dude. I want to give him a hug. Truth. Hyusung, the victim, had merely defended himself against the perpetrator. Classmates at the scene agreed to cover up the truth, claiming Hyusung to be the attacker. It was all possible because the perpetrator had power. I want to give him a hug. Jeez. Alright. So I do gotta do this one so we can get the keyword. And then murder threats for the keyword. Victim, we need to get rapport up. God, you said it right though, Katsy. This game is hella depressing. Like, this game gets very depressing very, very fast. Like, I just want to give the dude a hug. Right. Alright. So there's that. Oh, fuck, I forgot to... I forgot we didn't do this. We'll do rights for sanity up. I think there's another reply. That's right. This fucking penguin. So Sagefire, I take it you're a pretty big fan of this game? Probably very similar to one of my friends who's also streamed this game. Because he loves this game. I will say, it might be that it might be just the fact that, like, I'm used to visual novels having timelines, which is why I'm a little bit meh, but yeah, it's pretty great. Yeah. Like, I'm not a big fan of having to replay through the entire game and, like, speed through it. Doesn't really help stream-wise, but besides, like, because it's literally just me doing this all over again. I'm gonna save again because I totally forgot if I did or not. But I do enjoy the story. I do legitimately enjoy the story, and I feel really bad that it took me so long to get through this game because I started streaming this in December, and I got the first ending yesterday. So, yeah. Okay, so what can Duyun say to stop Hyusung or make him calm down? Hyusung believes that his image and credibility is not as good, that he must restore his past image to succeed. So comeback chances are the right. He's determined to stay on the show and restore his image through the audition. He's desperate, but things are getting worse for him so far. If he crosses the line again, he might not be able to recover. I could point out that his reputation could be undermined beyond the point of recovery. Should I persuade him with yes? Hyusung briefly stared at Duyun after hearing what Duyun had to say. You're right, I'm desperate. I know I'm digging my own grave every time I kick up the dust, but I can't just sit around and watch my life go down. It's mayhem anyway. Hyusung still. It's too late to turn back. I came a long way even before joining the audition. If I back up again, then I'm really through. Hyusung lowered his head and fell silent. Rapport event, let's go. Loser. And we got an achievement, loser. So this is his last rapport event. It's not going to change my mind. B-Stars is the only chance I have left. Hyusung messed with his bangs. No one knows if the show will continue, then why? I'm clinging on to this because nothing is certain. I'd probably give it up if the show was officially over. Winning the audition is worth that much to you? Let me ask you a question. Why are you still competing in the finals? The other Masquerade members already went back home. If team spirit is what's important for you, you should have gone back home by now. Everyone treats you like a betrayer, just like me branded as a school bully. But you made it to the finals, whatever Sungyeon did for you, and you don't look like you want to quit. You won't just drop out of the show, right? I feel the same way. I'll do whatever it takes to get my chance. This could be my last chance in life. Hyosung, enough. I don't want to hear your story. I don't want to understand you. You will only weaken my resolve. Hyosung gave an awkward smile. I might be making things up here, right? Maybe I really was a bully and this could be my bad karma coming back to me, right? Don't trust me too much, bro. You don't know what I'll say about you later. Hyosung looked toward the corner of the dressing room. Anyway, you won't tell others about what we talked about, will you? You want me to keep my mouth shut? Exactly. I didn't even start a real fight yet. If you reveal anything to them, I'll kill myself here. Damn. And he meant it. Resolve. He emphasized that even the truth is driven by power. He steeled himself to seize future opportunities. I'm done talking with you. Wait, not like this. I have nothing more to say to you. Next person, please. You won't get what you want. I have nothing to lose. If I go berserk, someone will get scared of me and give up. No choice. And that is... perfect. So that's everything that we've seen. Right? Inflict weak all of a sudden, clench his fist. So yeah, we've already seen all this before, so nothing changes at this rate. So we just only saw Hyosung's like rapport ending, is what it looks like. Cool. So then we've seen all this before. Yu-Huk is going to go talk to Hyosung, which we've already seen. It's getting more and more dangerous. Here we are, chicken game. A favorite game, the chicken game. Gonna save at 4, and then we gotta do all the calls. We've already done that. I'll talk to Ina. Hi, Ina. Is Yu-Huk going to be all right? If you were so worried, why did you drag Hyosung out of there? I'm just saying, you can't do that anyway. Yeah. Are you worried about Yu-Huk too? No, I'm worried about myself. Why? None of your business. Drawing a line between us now? Even between us, there's a line we shouldn't cross. Mind your own business and stop making that sad puppy face. Sad puppy face. Was he only bluffing when you went to see him, saying irrelevant things? He didn't say anything totally irrelevant. Okay, that's enough. I don't want to feel restless anymore. Cool. Now we save. And then we reload. Hooray! We did it. Apparently the one I need to focus on though. Hold on. I called Yu-Huk. There's no answer. So it is just gonna have to be, okay, cool. Because then these two I can't call. So according to this, once again, I've already seen all this, which is why I'm using the little cheat sheet here. So obviously all the question marks need to be hit. Yeah, so we've seen the first ending, and I think I knew what to do, but I'm just dumb. So I gotta do this. So actually, I should probably talk about that. So obviously at the end of the last stream we did of this, we saw the first ending, and we got the New Game Plus stuff, and I was very, very confused. But I understood what was happening, but that was it. That being said, it gave us 2 bits of information. The fact that there was the plug hole person, which we need to, who we need to contact. Like, it showed their messages at the beginning of the New Game Plus sort of thing. But also, something else that it said, or that Doyoon said, is I should have told Yu-Huk, or him, it wasn't his fault. So that implied that I have to talk to Yu-Huk at some point. So my thought process was first to get to chapter 2, and then in chapter 2 we would be able to talk to Plughole. Well, that obviously didn't happen because I couldn't message Plughole. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'm dumb. So then we're getting confused and I decided to look it up. And then I realized something, that because once again, I'm very much babied probably by a lot of the visual novels that have timelines. We played 999, we played VLR, we played Z2D. And all of those have crazy timelines, so you can kind of go back in and choose different things. This game wants you to remember what choices you've done and pick the other choices. The issue I have is because it does show the log here, right? It shows the log and what you should say, so you can either change the report and get the keyword. However, it doesn't show in the choices what it does, like the big choices. So if we choose, say, nope. If we choose one that like gives us a choice, which apparently none of those do, but if we do one that do a different choice, it doesn't tell us if it gives rapport or not, but also two, in like the little cutaway sections, it doesn't tell us if it changes anything. And that is a little frustrating, but you know, it is what it is. So let us go through this real quick, because once again, we've already seen all this. So let's bat very quickly. Angel's editing. We go to Juyang. We need to do this. And then, yeah, so this is family business, which we have seen. So we've already seen this before, in case anyone's curious. No choice. Possibility of leaks. Compensation. Do the announcement. Angel's editing. So this is our choice. So I would like it that if you click on one of these, it actually shows what you would get. Like it would give like question marks at the bottom, or if you've never chose it, or so on and so forth. That's what I would like, but obvious. I've been saying obviously a ton. It's not super obvious. Really, there's no reason that it would have that. I think the game just really wants you to keep playing it over and over again, which is fine. It's just I'm just babied by other games that I have played. Especially when it comes to this sort of stuff. So here's a question. Have I seen this? Yes, no, I've seen this before. Yes, we've seen this. I think. Let me just go to the collection here. So sound, we got Ina's call. Image. Yes, we did, because this is gonna show us Hyusung's stuff, right? Yeah. Sealed knowledgeable, and then yeah, we've already seen Ina's one. Cool. Keywords, we finally got 2 new keywords because those are Hyusung's. Hello, rapport, there we go. Down, nice. Profile, Hyusung is at 90. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, so how many are we missing? 2 profiles for Hyusung. Nice. And then there should be one for Sungyeon, right? Yeah, bang man. And then we have all of Hyusung's rapport events, where he's unfortunately a loser. I'm going to save. Identity conclusion. Wishful thoughts. I'm glad I actually figured out all of these though right off the bat. I feel pretty good about that. Right. And then excessive control. Right. Kiss up, kick down, because it gives us more rapport. And then suspicion of identity. Some more rapport. Now we have to go back to Seal. We have to do unfair demand for more rapport. I do want to learn more about Seal. I feel like Seal has more to this than meets the eye, because he still has his laptop that he keeps hiding, or the tablet. So this is Duyun, which we've already seen. Before anyone's like, wait a second. It's like, yep, nope, we've already seen that. Kiss up, kick down. Suspicion of identity. Left. And then now we need to talk to Ju-Young. And Ju-Young, we need to do excessive control. And then kiss up, kick down. We need to choose right. Sweet. All right, that's everything. So this, I think, was the last conversation that we had. I think. Okay, yeah. So we've seen this before. So 20 and 9. Good shit, good shit. So it's gonna do all this. And then we know what the answer is: unknown support and insanity, because that's what we found out last time. You will lose if you lose your temper, which we already knew because that makes Ina happy. We check Fader so we can get some more keywords. Because there's 4 of these. Once again, we've already seen this before anyone's like, but wait a second. No, we've seen this. Okay. There's stop reading Fader posts, yes. So yeah, we're talking to Seal. Prediction is what we need to say. So Secretary Houston might announce his voluntary resignation for the audition, which makes Seal happy. So let's see. Some time has passed. So this all happens. Okay. Scattered. Oh, yeah. Because this is where we talk to, this is where we talk to him. Yeah. So we've seen this too. So we have seen this. I want to go into Fader. Trade with the mask on. We need to go right. And then Jungle Penguin. We all hate Jungle Penguin. We hate Jungle Penguin in this house. I need to save, and then I need to get the other phone calls though, because we did Ju-Young last time. No, let's talk to Ina. Ina's probably not going to answer. Nope, she does. Ina, have you met he? Not now. I'll talk to you later. Interesting. Very interesting. Why is she saying not now, we'll talk later? She would be one I would think to have that whole conversation. Real quick. I just want to check. You Huck, who's right in front of me. Dude, why did you call me? Oh, just because. You're with me right now. I just wanted to see if our phones are working now. Okay, then you can hear me, right? Yep. Then let's talk in person. Sure. He's just like, what? Why? You just see him. You just see dude look at his watch like, yep, perfect. And yeah. And Gyuhuk's like, I'm right here. I'm right here. Like, why? All right, cool. I've already done that, so let's talk to him. Welcome back. Gyuhuk's return. So now we gotta go prediction. Yusung's threat, which is to the right. And lastly, failed to persuade. For some more rapport. We want all of the rapport. Cool. Anything major miss? Not really. It's all stuff that you saw last stream. Okay, so we're about to get to the place though that we saw that we got to. So it doesn't matter what we say here, which we already knew because we've already done this. Nope. So give me a second and we're gonna then I'm gonna close the guide and everything because I don't need to see what's going on. But since we are playing this again, I guess we'll get a new option according to this, which I don't know why we had to play through all of this again. But whatever. Anyway, Hyusung's dead, by the way. In case anyone's curious, he's dead. Once again, saw this last time. I was shocked last time. Now it's the second time, so I don't really need to care too much. Wake up, Hyusung. All right, our mental state goes down here. We can remain. You know what? Actually, hold on. I think new things happened. So let me just kind of redo this again. So for that part, by the way, we need to choose the right. So this is apparently a new option because I don't remember seeing that in the beginning. According to the thing. Yeah. So let's resume. So skip the video playback. So yeah, it's gonna show this. So we've already seen this. So we need to react, right? So Hyusung, wake up. Duyun hurriedly lifted Hyusung to his arms. He's not breathing. He felt something sticky on his hand. Blood. His hand was soaked with blood. And screaming noises. Duyung's legs gave way and Hyusung dropped face down on the floor. Ji-young came running. She moved her lips to scream, but no sound came out of her mouth. Hyusung, what happened to him? What is this? No way. Gi-hook rushed in and held Hyusung's wrist. Can you feel a pulse? Come on, tell me you feel something. Gi-hook slowly shook his head. He's dead? Huh? Duyun stared at Ina vacantly. Look, right now on Fader. There's a post on Fader. Hyusung eliminated. You won't be able to see Hyusung ever from now on. Next target is Duyun. How much time should allow him? So if we say can't let it slide, we get back to the first ending. So we're just gonna remain silent. So it's true that one in last place would die. This is new. I think this is new stuff. All right, we're in new territory, I think. So nobody can speak up. Duyun could barely manage to steady his limbs. I should stay awake. I was talking to Hyusung just minutes ago. I need to figure out what happened. He managed to open his mouth, but nothing came out except for short moans. Duyun. Eliminated. New stuff. It's been 2 hours and we finally get new stuff. Duyun called him with a worried look on her face. Duyun clenched his teeth. He tried to ignore the cold sweat and steadied his quivering voice. He struggled to remove Sungyeon's post out of his head. Ji-young, let me know if you're not feeling well. As he barely continued to speak, the watch on his wrist began to vibrate. You're Duyun Han, right? There we go. This is what we needed. This is what it was referring to, not chapter 2. It was right here. All right. I'm dumb. I just had to play through the game again and choose different choices. That's what I had to do. I wish you would have told me what my choices were originally, but whatever. Come on, answer me. Duyun received a message from this account even when he discovered the body of Sungyeon. He looked at the username again, but it didn't look familiar at all. Anonymous. Another anonymous user has appeared suddenly. The account name was Plughole. I don't have time to respond to this person. Guess you're dead. Rip. His head was burning with white-hot rage. Keep messaging with me, then you're dead. Keep messing with me, then you're dead. Ooh, hello. You are alive. I thought you already gave up on or something. Suddenly, his head turned cold. To receive a message, the sender's number has to be listed in the contact list. That meant that this person was likely to be someone related to Beastars. It could be the rescue team or Beastars official. Are you from Beastars, the rescue team? Me? Who am I indeed? Your amigo secreto. Who is this wacko? He lowered his arms and walked back toward the group. Is there something else on the watch? I should check on Hyusung. Gi-hook, who was standing next to Hyusung, stared at Duyun. Are you going to be okay? Hyusung's foot was sticking out and seeing it made Duyun's head spin again. I'm okay. I'll check up on Hyusung with you. Okay, watch your step. Gi-hook motioned at him to come over as if he'd given up on stopping Duyun. Take me with you. Will you be alright? Well, this is different from the case of Sungyeon. Hyusung was clearly attacked by someone. Ji-young tried to catch her breath. I must see him. Seal and Ina should wait over there. Yeah, okay. If you feel uneasy, get out of there immediately. Do you ignore the continuous incoming message notifications? Let's start from this side. Yoon and Ju-young nodded slowly. Yeah, it didn't decrease this much, so that's why we can actually investigate him now. So let's check the storage wall. Yoon found a bloodstain inside the storage area. It's about knee-high. If he were crouching, this would have been about where his head was. Yeah, if he was crouching, Ju-young must be right. The two nodded and stood back for a moment. Bloodstain storage. Bloodstains on the inner wall of the storage area are at about the height of Hyusung's head, assuming he was crouching at the time. Let's save real quick. So this is the second victim. His body was found in the storage area. He was lying sideways, crumpled. It seems like he was crouching, then fell. There's also something in the stall. Let me look closer. Storage area. The place where Hyusung's body was found. He lay sideways, crumpled. Let's check his torso. Yoon looked at the crumpled body lying sideways. There are no other wounds. His clothes are tidy. There's no sign of struggle or resistance. The three moved back slowly, trying not to bump into one another. Hyusung torso. His body lay sideways with no other injuries. His tidy clothing implies no signs of a physical fight. Let's check his head, where the wound is. There you go. He checked Hyusung's head, where most of the wounds were concentrated. Yoon, are you okay? You don't have to force yourself. Yoon shook his head and checked Hyusung's head again. There was a long gash on the back of his head. It was at an angle, and there was still some blood on it. It's not small, but not deep enough. This can't be the cause of death. By the looks of it, he seems to have been struck with a stick. Interesting. Back head. A shallow but long cut has been found on the back of Hyusung's head. He might have been hit by a long staff. Yook took a deep breath. There's another wound on the other side. It was on the side of Hyusung's head. It was large, obviously the fatal wound. It appeared that Hyusung had been struck by a big, solid object. What do you think it was? Was there anything in the restroom that could cause a wound this severe? I don't think so. About tomorrow, have fun with the rest. Thanks, Sage. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Take it easy. Thank you for coming to the stream and the follow. I appreciate it. They couldn't come to a conclusion. It was all just guesswork at this point. They moved back slowly. Side head. There was a large, deep wound on the side of the head. He might have been hit by something hard. Wrists. The watch is clean. It's not broken. It doesn't look like anyone tried to take it. The power is on too. Interesting, the power is on. So his watch still works. Gyork tried several functions on the watch. So, anything? Gyork finished checking the watch and handed it over. Nothing much other than using it to access Fader. Yoon also checked functions such as Messenger and Fader. Nothing has changed. I guess they didn't have any interest in the watch. But wait a second, he has a camera! He has the new version that has a camera, so does it show who did it? Did he take a picture before he died? Hyusung's watch is intact and working. There are no signs of using anything other than Fader. But check the camera! There's also a blood trail. What? After checking the body in the immediate area, they left the stall. Let's check this blood stain on the floor as well. It's pretty long. From the center of the restroom all the way to the storage area. Jung silently stared at the long bloodstain. Bloodstain inside. There was a long trail of bloodstains from the center of the restroom to the storage area. Broken mop pieces. The mop shaft, it's broken. That's horrible. Couldn't agree more. The three quietly shook their heads. Stalls on the right. Nothing special in the other stalls. Yeah, definitely. Stall on the left. You see anything? No, I don't see anything. Toilet stall. This toilet stall is empty. There are no bloodstains or other clues. Blood trail. It's a lot of broken glass. The blood trail starts from here. This is probably where Hyusung was attacked. Let's take a closer look. So we got the bloodstains on the floor. The three of them stood at the center of the restroom. The blood trail starts from here. Hyuk shook his head, covering his mouth. That was the trail of blood over there, but here we can see a pool of blood. Center of restroom. There's a pool of blood at the center of the restroom. How did he bleed that much? There's the broken mop shaft, so that's what did the large wound. I think the mop shaft was used. It was probably in the storage area. It's broken in half. Yoon bit his lip and just stood there. Mop. A mop which was leaning against the wall is broken into pieces, lying on the ground. We can check bloodstains on the wall. Yoon's sight stopped at the restroom pillar. Look at the bloodstain on the pillar. It's not from putting his hand on the wall. It's a little shorter than his standing height. It could be a sign of a hard impact. I think so. I thought of it. No, there was no signs of struggle or resistance. That's the thing. There was no sign of a struggle or resistance. Which means that he died pretty quickly. There's a lot of blood at roughly the height of an adult in the pillar, suggesting that something struck against it hard. So why are there 2 impact sites? We looked pretty much everywhere. Who would do such a thing? Ji-young wiped her eyes with her hand. This definitely was not an accident. Sale and Ina came toward them. How does it look? What happened? Who did this to him? The 3 looked at one another. They exchanged glances, wondering where to begin. Ji-young took a step forward. You got attacked here, right? Was there anything that could have been used as a weapon? How did it begin? The 2 scrambled to ask questions. The topics were the crime scene, initial wound, and weapon. The way we see it. Let's take a look. Here we go. The place where the incident initially happened, his injury, and the weapon used. I think it happened at the center of the restroom. I'm thinking about it right now, right? I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to come through through different consensus here. I think he was attacked in the center of the restroom and then dragged into the stall. So I think it's center of the restroom. His injury. I mean, it used a mop, right? Like there's the back of his head and then the mop, but I think that the bloodstained pillar means that he was slammed into it. Well, we'll take a look. We'll see what happens. The blood trail started from the center of the restroom. Considering the amount of blood, this must be where Hyosung was initially attacked. We found 2 wounds on his head. On the back of his head was a gash that was long, but not particularly deep. I think that was the initial wound. Are you saying he was attacked multiple times? I think so. By the look of the wound, I think he was hit by a long shaft or stick. We found an object that matches the head wound. A mop shaft that was lying on the floor. The one that's broken in half? I think it broke during the attack on Hyosung. Let's go, all 3. Let me recap. It looks like Hyosung was initially attacked in the center of the restroom. Yeah, considering the pool of blood over there and the trail of blood, I think the initial wound is the one on the back of his head. It's a long gash, but it wasn't deep. Like it was hit with some sort of stick. Then we found a broken mop shaft. This is probably what happened in the beginning. So Hyosung was facing away from the attacker, right? But he wasn't the type of person who would be careless enough to do that. Hyosung first attack. Hyosung was attacked in the restroom. It seems like the mop found at the scene was used in the initial attack. Then what was the fatal injury? Maybe he lost too much blood. The issue with the fate was the fatal injury. We already checked, but the fatal injury was in how he received it. From what we saw, well, okay, so the fatal injury was the side of his head. What caused it was the pillar. It's like he slammed against it in the pillar, but weird. On the pillar next to the sink, there's a large blood stain at height slightly lower than where his head would have been. It isn't just a regular blood splatter, meaning his head actually hit it? I guess so. Hyosung had a wide wound on the side of his head. I think he hit his head hard against the pillar as he fell over to the side. It must have been severe. Could it be that he just slipped? That wouldn't explain how he could hit his head so hard as to be fatal. Plus, the first wound was clearly inflicted by someone. Let's go! To summarize, the fatal injury was found on the side of his head. The pillar next to the sink, that was the cause of the fatal injury. So essentially, from what I'm understanding, I'm gonna use a water bottle just to kind of show off. So the person took the shaft and took the mop and smacked him. With the smack, it hit the back of his head, causing him to stumble. So they were doing that probably to get him unconscious, to probably inflict another injury, to like maybe beat him up more. But due to the stumble, he stumbled, hit the pillar very, very hard, and the person may have even just like slammed his head into the wall and maybe finished him off in the bathroom. That's what maybe I'm thinking. I think he lost balance and hit his head hard against it. Since there's no sign of anything else, that impact must have been decisive. I think he bumped his head against it as it got hit on the back of his head? We can only guess since we weren't there. Hyusung fatal. The wound on the side of his head is probably the direct cause of death. He struck the pillar of the restroom, but it didn't seem like an accident. If the pillar was what caused the fatal injury, he should be lying there on the floor. I guess someone moved him to the storage area. They were talking about how Hyusung was dragged into the storage. Right, someone moved him. This is what we've discovered. What clue indicates that he was moved? So the bloodstain doing that. And the storage. Because that's where the bloodstains are. The bloodstain extended from the center of the restroom to the storage area. That's how we know Hyusung was dragged into the storage area. I don't see any other trails of blood. He didn't even fight back? He must have been unconscious by then. There was a blood stain on the wall inside the stall where we found him. He must have been moved and leaned against the wall. But wasn't he lying down when you found him? He must have fallen over. Makes sense. In other words, the attacker dragged Hyusung to the stall and left him there. He was leaning against the wall, but soon fell to the floor. Was the attacker trying to hide him so he wouldn't be discovered for a while? I don't think that's the case because this is all too clumsy. The attacker didn't even close the door. You think there was some other reason? Maybe the attacker was a little out of it. Hyusung moved. The culprit seemed to kill Hyusung at the center of the restroom and move his body into the stall for storing cleaning tools. Are you saying he didn't even fight back? It's not like him. Are you sure we didn't miss anything? They began to focus on the signs that Hyusung didn't resist. Well, the way we see it, what clue indicates that he didn't resist at all? These two. His watch and his torso. Except for his head, he looked fine otherwise. His clothes were tidy, nothing about him was disheveled. And also the initial attack was to the back of his head. Maybe he was at ease when it happened. The watch looked untouched too, it looked rather clean. I checked it just in case, but it was left as is. You think it was wiped clean to remove any fingerprints? The clean watch indicates that there was no physical altercation. Hyusung had 2 head injuries, and there were no other wounds. There's a chance he didn't even notice the attacker's presence. Think about the broken mop shaft. If you think about where we found it, it would have been swung from behind Hyusung. Ji-young groaned, looking pale. Maybe he wasn't even aware of the attack. No matter how you look at it, it brings us to a difficult conclusion. Hyusung ambush. There were no signs of struggle or wounds other than the head wound. Hyusung should have been facing the door when he was attacked in surprise. So somebody was in the bathroom already. Wait a second. Somebody was in the bathroom already. Somebody was in the bathroom waiting for him to go to the bathroom. And that's when they... Oh my gosh, that's what happened. Hyusung was ambushed even before he had time to react. He was hit on the back of the head with a mop and died when his head struck the pillar. The attacker dragged him into the storage area. Then they leaned Hyusung's body against the wall and disappeared. When and why did Hyusung go to the restroom? Why did Hyusung turn his back on the attacker? Because he was facing the door. Like, he used the restroom, right? He used the restroom and then went... So, oh my gosh, this is what happened. This is totally what happened. He used the restroom, right? He had to take a piss. Everyone has to take a piss. When you drink a lot of water, drink a lot of soda or whatever, like, even when you get nervous, you gotta piss, right? So he took a piss. And then he opens the door to leave. But at the same time, the other person opens the door at the same time, so that way it sounds like only one door is opening, but it's just him. And he has no other reason to believe that anyone's there. So the door, both doors open, he goes towards the mirror, right? He goes towards like the exit because he's doing his business, and the other person's behind him, smacks him with the mop because that's in the storage area, smacks him with the mop, hits the pillar, and then drags him backwards into it and then leaves. Where did the attacker come from? That's how it happened. When did the attacker assault Hyusung? Where is the attacker hiding right now? These confusing thoughts made Doyoon's head pound. What was most painful was the loss of Hyusung. Doyoon groaned as the shards of shattering memories pricked at him like thorns. The group walked toward the central corridor. Vents? I don't think there's vents because it's so unstable that there's no reason that they could go through the vents. There's somebody else walking around here. Or it's one of these four. When did it happen? I'm more curious as to who did this. One thing is clear, we should all stick together from now on. They all gathered in one place, nervously exchanging glances. Maybe they began to suspect one another. In this situation, what to do with each survivor's alibi? Just one with the alibi. No, we need to. We need to go over. I have something to say. Hyusung was ambushed by someone. It's pretty clear he was letting his guard down when it happened. All eyes were on Doyoon. We need to at least figure out when this happened. Let's talk about what each one of us was doing after Hyusung went to the dressing room. A heavy silence filled the corridor. I agree with Doyoon. Are you implying one of us attacked him? Doyoon, does it bother you? Of course it does. Look, we're growing restless only because we have no clues on what's going on. Once we get things straight, we might be able to reach a conclusion that puts all of us in the clear. I'm hoping that would be the better result for us. Me too. I also agree with Jooyoung and Doyoon. My head's about to burst. Let's get the facts straight. I don't want us to suspect one another. It was agreed that they should check their whereabouts before the attack. I went to see Hyusung after Doyoon came back. On the way, there was a tremor. I came back from the dressing room after failing to persuade Hyusung, but I can't remember exactly what time it was. Okay. He read a post on Fader after Gyuhuk had come back. I guess it happened right before that. Gyuhuk regrouped. He went to the dressing room after Doyoon. Then a tremor came. After he failed to persuade Hyusung, he came back to the stage to regroup with the others. I went to the central corridor after checking out his post. It was a few minutes after Gyuhuk had come back. Ina departure. Ina headed to the dressing room alone after reading Hyusung's provocative post when Gyuhuk got back. I was a little scared to go alone, so I took my time getting to the dressing room. The tremor passed after a bit, but Hyusung wasn't in the dressing room. I went to the dressing room just after the tremor. It must have been less than 5 minutes because I nearly ran. Seal departure. Soon after Ina left for the dressing room, a tremor occurred. Seal went to the central corridor to find Ina after the tremor died down. I was with Gyuhuk and Doyoon when the tremor occurred. Things got mixed up and I started to hyperventilate. I was talking to Doyoon when Jooyoung disappeared suddenly. I was really worried about her. I'm sorry, I was trying to suppress it. Everyone has their own way of dealing with panic attacks. I called Jooyoung after finding out she was missing. While I was trying to make a call, you guys came back. Everyone including Ina, Seal, and Jooyoung. So the exact time was... I'll check the time I called. Jooyoung traced. Jooyoung's whereabouts. Due to her hyperventilation, she was catching her breath in front of the door to the central corridor. Doyoon had a rough picture of everyone's whereabouts. If they talked a little more, they would be able to get their timeline straight. Doyoon continued again, going over their recent conversations in his head. So we're gonna quick save. And I'm gonna start saving. So there's beleaguered. I'm gonna save this right here so that way we have everything in an order. So we can go back at any point. But the first save, we're gonna also save right here. So that way we can kind of keep going back in case we choose wrong answers. So let's just take a look. Gyuhuk, it scared the heck out of me. I'm Gyuhuk Lee. I'll do my best with everything I have. Worried it was an hour ago. He hasn't contacted for 2 hours, but I should be concerned about him. I don't have time for that. And everyone's just freaking out. Oh, here we go. It would have been better if she had stayed in Beloved. Then she could have changed the group concept to her liking after releasing a few more albums. As she left the group, she consequently wasted a lot of time. So this is Jooyoung from the past. Sounded well. See shape. Okay. Sang-yeon said you were next. How do you feel now? You must feel great. Now you capture a lot of attention as you wish. God, this fucker. Fucking penguin dude, I swear. This penguin dude can go suck my dick. Like, fucking asshole. I don't know, I still known about it. You're Essingen, aren't you? You're acting just like a troll. You ruined the band's debut because you couldn't be in the spotlight if the genres changed. Now you're about to be eliminated from the competition. So you're using this accent to destroy B-stars and step on the other contestants? I won't let them have their way. You thought the conversation was over? It didn't seem like there'd be any new mentions too. Cool. Hyosung's silent, so everyone's just realizing Hyosung's dead. Fucking penguin, get shit on. Suck my dick. Messenger. Alright, let's just take a look. So, eliminated. Nothing. Ina. Eliminated. Q-Huck. Nothing. Plug hole. Just kidding. Don't make you upset. Not supposed to irritate you, buddy. Please don't remember my message. Knock, knock. Hello, knock, knock. Boy, I'm here to help you. If you keep ditching me, I'll keep pissing at you. Sorry, that was corny. But hey, come on, answer me. Buddy, I can't answer you. Sorry. Ranking-wise, we are 30,000 behind Ina. Not looking too good for us. Auto right's good. Phone. Oh, yeah, the phone. Okay, so we're gonna have to do every single call. He's dead. Let's talk to Ju-Young. I think I'm gonna stick with you, making Yu-Huck happy. Hello, Ju-Young? I'm listening. Sorry, but I feel nauseous right now. We should talk later. Okay, so she's not the right one, but we quick save on 3, and then we load on 2. That's not 2. That's 2. And then we need to call probably Ina. I think Ju-Young's actually the most suspicious. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Ju-Young's the most suspicious right now. You okay? How can I be okay? We were always at each other's throats, but it wasn't out of hatred. I was talking with him until minutes ago. What happened to him and when? I don't know. Nothing comes to my mind at this moment. And why would someone leave him like that in the restroom? Do we have any lunatic killer hiding somewhere? Maybe a Sungyeon? That can't be. Then how do you explain the situation? Who would have imagined this would happen? I can't believe this. 4 got slightly better. So with Ina is the better one. And then... so we do a save on number 3 again. So, okay, just gotta remember. I gotta start remembering things, but Ina does... her rapport does increase if we call her. But if Gu-Huck's increases, I will call Gu-Huck instead. Gu-Huck. Calling! Calling! Please answer your phone. I know I'm right in front of you, but please answer. You okay? You okay? Not at all. Of course you aren't. I know you're confused too, but I'm dizzy. It's hard standing up. I was talking to Hyosung until a minute ago. What happened to him and what's going to happen to us? We'll make it out if you're alive. Someone attacked Hyosung, but we don't even know who did it. What if Sungyeon is really somewhere inside here? We can't jump to any conclusion yet, but if we stop thinking, we'll lose control of the situation here. Then it could be dangerous to all of us. Did you simmer down a bit? I'll try to pull myself together. Let's go, friendship. We like friendship here. All right, that's number 2. So that's the one we'll stick with. Let's go talk to everybody. Yu-Huck, regroup. He wanted, so we're just gonna ask everything at this rate. Doesn't matter if we need to redo it, but that's fine. So let's see. I didn't think Yu-Huck would fail. Yes, I was hoping Yu-Huck would talk him out of it. When I saw his next post, he seemed more agitated. When I went there, based on my judgment, he would have rejected everything except our resignations from the audition. Yu-Huck always says the right thing. He wouldn't suck up to anyone. Jing nodded with a worried look on her face. Regardless, I can't accept the situation. What happened to Sungyeon was an accident, but Hyosung's case was apparently... Don't think too deeply. As you said, let's get our order of events straight. Yeah, we better focus on that, otherwise I might hyperventilate again. I don't want that to happen. Oh my gosh, what if it's Gu-Huck? What was that provocative post? Hold up. Can we find that provocative post that he did? Please? Hold up. What was the post? Doyoon. Where is Hyusung? I'm gonna be honest. It could be Gyuhuk. Gyuhuk might have killed him and then accessed Fader. What if that's what happened? What if he literally killed Hyusung and then accessed Fader to make it seem like Hyusung was alive still? What if that's what happened? Oh shit! Anyway, departure. Ina seemed very adamant. She wouldn't listen. She urged us not to follow her several times. Jing nodded and paused for a moment. Did she have to go after him so hurriedly? Ina seemed to have been annoyed by Hyusung's post. She went after him right away as soon as she saw his post. The two of them looked at Ina. Ina was quietly staring at the crumbled exit. We should have a reason, but let's not make false assumptions. But I'm still worried. Ina tend to act on her own behalf without discussing with us. That's just how she is, Yeah, that's true, a woman of action. Jing's face turned grim again. In a normal situation, we wouldn't have worried anything about her, but at a time like this, she could be pushed into a corner. So Seal's departure, next, that's when I started to feel sick. When the tremor occurred after Ina left? Yes, but it wasn't that serious. After that, Seal went after Ina. 3 of us remained on stage, me, Gyuhuk, and you. While talking with Gyuhuk, I realized you were gone. She uncovered her pale face with the palms of her hands. I eventually hyperventilated as things got worse. Normally I can control it to a certain degree, but last time it happened so fast and felt so serious. I'm sorry, we had no clue. No, I didn't even have time to explain. If I had tried to say anything, I would have had a seizure. I was so surprised you disappeared so suddenly. I'm sorry about that. Next time it happens, I'll let you know somehow. Jiyung reasoned. She started to hyperventilate, so she left the stage to catch her breath. It was too urgent to tell the others about her condition. Jiyung trace. I was just a bit nauseous until the tremor occurred. S.S. Sungyeon's and Sungyeon. Jiyung gulped and continued. S. Sungyeon wrote a comment on Hyusung's post. When I saw it, my heart began to pound and my limbs started to hurt. I was already heavily panting. I could sense it was going to be serious. You indeed saved your own life. Jiyung tossed her hair back and her pale face glowed. Yeah, if that was the first time it had happened to me, I might have passed out, but now I know how to deal with it better than before. I knew you were all burdened with your own problems, so Oh dear, you're not a burden to us. I feel terribly sorry. I didn't want to worry you, but in the end, it made you even more worried. Jiyung trigger. S. Sungyeon responded to Hyusung's Fader post, saying that they would do what Hyusung wanted. Jiyung started to hyperventilate after reading their post. So she was getting nervous about something. In reason. Like I said, I left the stage when I began to hyperventilate. Could you be more specific? Yes. Jiyung's eyes moved as she was recalling the incident. You and Gyuhuk were busy talking about something. I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid of what might happen if I opened my mouth. That's why you left the stage. I went to the open area before the door of the central corridor. I found a spot to catch my breath. The place wasn't all that peaceful. That's not what I mean. I wasn't looking for a peaceful place, I was looking for a place where I could calm my symptoms. I have no medication right now, so I had to control myself by any means. Jiyun awkwardly took a step back. When I barely managed to pull myself together, Ina and Seal were standing before me. When Ina and Seal encountered each other before the entrance of the central corridor, they must have been worrying about you. They must have been worrying about you, since you were out of there by yourself. Yeah, fuck. By that time, I was back to normal. They didn't even know until I told them what happened. Seal looked surprised to see me, but Ina wasn't. She wasn't surprised, or she looked a bit confused for not having met Hyusung. Jing nodded and spoke after a brief pause. I told them briefly about what happened and came back to you guys with them. After that, we all went together to discover that he was... Was there anything strange when you went out there? Well... Jiyung stroked her hair with a troubled look on her face. I was just focusing on catching my breath until I met Ina and Seal. I wouldn't have even noticed if someone had said something while standing right next to me. That's how bad it gets when it's really serious. Ji-young's trace. Ji-young caught her breath at the door to the central corridor. Then she ran to Ina and Seal coming out of the central corridor, then went straight back to the stage. So she really could not have had any time. Straight up, she could not have had any time to do anything. Because Seal and Ina would have seen her at the in the bathroom. So how were they feeling? How were they? Neither of them got to see Hyusung. Ina looked very confused. Seal seemed relieved for finding her. Seal didn't go to look for him in the first place. Yeah, he seemed surprised to see me out there. She nodded slightly and straightened her posture. I told them briefly about what happened and came back to you guys with them. And then they're strange, nothing strange, because she was so out of it she couldn't see if there was anyone else. So yeah, okay, that checks out. That checks out. So 1 of 7 keywords, huh? I'm just trying to keep this all in mind. I'm keeping this all in mind. Trigger. How could they say that? Hyusung was on the verge of breaking down. We can't blame him for responding to them. It's already difficult getting stuck in here and waiting for the rescue team to arrive. Ji-young dropped her head and bit her lips. Ji-young could see her pale lips behind her hair. Even if we respond, he'll run amok anyway. This is the confusion Sang-yeon wanted to create for us. At this point, we don't have time to argue with them or anywhere we could turn to. Also down. We'll just have to endure their attack. Ji-young slurred her last word and trembled. If people find out what happened to Hyusung, Sang-yeon will gain a vast number of believers. Okay, so now we save that for number 3. 3 is that save, and then we reload. Number 2. Interesting. So in this timeline, yeah, we don't say that Hyusung's dead because then everyone starts getting fucked up. Yuhuk. Can't believe I'm the one who last saw him. If you don't mind, can you tell me again about what happened when he came out? Yuhuk frowned a little as if he was trying to concentrate. Okay, I talked with Hyusung in the dressing room. First, he talked about the scholarship. After that, he talked about my father. I thought he was going too far with this. I told him he should stop and go back with me, but he wouldn't listen. Right, that's what you told me earlier. And he kept checking Fader while we were talking. I think that went on during the whole time I was in the room. I think he was arguing with Sang-yeon, and he kept posting comments even after you left. If you check what time it was, you should be able to figure out roughly how long we've been talking. Hyusung's post came up after you came back. I should check it. The two checked the watch for a moment. After I arrived, I started talking with him at about 1:25 a.m. I think it ended around 1:30 a.m. So 5 minutes. Is that it? I thought it was longer. Having a short talk with Hyusung before his last moments. Looks like he's regretting. Do you have regrets? You seem to. You didn't expect this to be your last encounter with him. Yuhuk nodded after a brief silence. If I'd been more insistent, he might still be alive. I can't believe I gave up only after 5 minutes. You're not the only one. I had my own regrets. According to other people, we were the only ones who saw Hyusung before he died. Why on earth would someone do such a thing? I can't believe his Fader post became his last words. He would have never imagined. Yuhuk's trace won. Yuhuk tried to speak to Hyusung in the dressing room, but he failed to persuade him and went back to the stage. They spoke for about 5 to 10 minutes around 1:25 to 1:30 in the morning. God, it's super freaking early in the morning though for these guys. Like seriously. Wow. Departure. So Ina's departure now. Ina went after me. She left right after you came back. I would have to talk to Ina to find out how long the term was. Yuhuk quietly stroked his chin. After that, Seal left, and then Ju-young, which means we all left the stage once. Yuhuk lowered his hand. You should be able to figure it out when you're done talking to everyone. Hopefully. That is, if everyone's telling the truth. That too, I just hope everyone will be honest with me. We'll sort it all out when you're done talking. If there's a lie, you'll find the inconsistency. Fair? Yeah, we will find the inconsistency pretty quickly, I think. Departure. For Seal. The time between tremors is getting shorter. We can only hope the stage holds out. The two stared at the ceiling nervously. Why don't we check who was on the move during the tremor? Okay, let me think. Once after you went to see Hyusung, another one after you came back when everyone was here. That's when Ina left. And then there was another one. This is when Seal left. Gyuhuk with eyes closed nodded after listening to Dooyun. Juyong disappeared at around this time. We all felt the tremors at the same time, so we could reconstruct the flow based on those. Let's talk with the others first. Very true. So every time a tremor happened was when somebody left. So we could use that as a time frame. Talk about Juyong's trace. When exactly did Juyong disappear? So when did we call her? Wait, I'll check the time I was trying to make the call. Juyong checked his smartwatch. 1:52 a.m. So that would have been 22 minutes after Gyuhuk got back, which that does check out because we did talk to Gyuhuk for about 20 minutes. I don't remember when we started talking to him, but yeah. Juyong showed the watch screen to Gyuhuk. That's after Seal left. I made the call while looking for Juyong. Others came back when we were still struggling to make contact. Everyone including Juyong, Ina, and Seal. About the fact that the three of them came back all together, I mean, there's nothing suspicious about it, probably because there's only one passage. Nothing special comes to mind. There's only one passage anyway, it's either here or there. Right, there's nothing wrong with them coming back together. And we all had to move one by one because that's how Hyusung wanted it. Gyuhuk stared at the door in the distance while rubbing his chin. If we're trying to look for things that are fishy, it will never end. We were all threatened, and we all left the stage once. But think about it. Hyusung was already in last place, he was bluffing, and the statements made through Fader were getting discredited. That's true. We have nothing to protect by hurting someone else. It's scary, but we need to keep our cool. That is, if we are to make it out of here in one piece. Gyuhuk's trace too. Gyuhuk talked to Dooyun after Seal left. After he found out about Juyong's disappearance, he asked for a call around 1:52 a.m. Soon all the other members came back. So there's a 22-minute gap between Gyuhuk getting there. But I think that Gyuhuk might have been responsible. We'll see. Juyong's reason. I was worried sick because she disappeared all too sudden. It's a good thing we found her quickly. We should have paid more attention to her. Things are crazy in here and out there, and we were busy trying to deal with it. The two stared at Juyong, who was standing on the other side. What I know is that she's always been a dependable person. That's why I forget sometimes, about the illness she's been suppressing so hard. She received treatment and she knows how to overcome it. But we're not in an ordinary situation. She's okay this time, but I should keep watching her. I think there's a certain place where she can calm herself down when the symptoms occur. Good stuff. I'll pay more attention, but she might not tell us and disappear like the last time. We wouldn't know if she doesn't tell us. That's true. Very true. We will not know where she goes if she just leaves, which she has a tendency to. Trigger. The post I got Juyong was a problem too, but Sung-yeon targeted you after then. Did they think they were done with Hyusung? The post was uploaded at... Yushi moved on to the post mentioning Dooyun. 1:50 a.m. That was after Ina left when the second tremor occurred. Sung-yeon's post. Sung-yeon wrote there in their post that they were done talking to Hyusung. Then maybe Sung-yeon was really... Gyuhuk shook his head after a brief pause. Hyusung wasn't the only one that Sung-yeon provoked. They had been throwing all kinds of comments towards the rest of the group. It was just a coincidence in timing. No one knows about the situation in here except for us. To the remark that Sung-yeon has gotten things correct by pure luck, no, I don't think it's luck. When we found Hyusung, he immediately uploaded a post. It was like he was waiting for that timing. Dude, that was 2 o'clock in the morning, the time forewarned by Sung-yeon. They could have been trying to make it look like something happened. Gyuhuk gulped as if he was feeling tantalized. It perfectly fits the frame. The time they said something would happen to whoever was in last. Don't feel confused because you were targeted. You'll figure out a way to explain it. For now, we should focus on sorting out the timing. Sung-yeon's next target. Sung-yeon Fader post that Dooyun in 4th place was next. It was posted around 1:50 a.m. after the tremor. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna have to take a look at that real quick because that time doesn't work out. That time might work out properly. We'll see. Let's try this again. So we should not believe in such coincidences. Right, it's a coincidence. I shouldn't let it get to me. Sung-yeon had to do something since it built up everyone's expectations. You're right, we shouldn't fall for it. Gyuhuk nodded and took a step forward. Their only goal is probably confusing us in the chaos. I won't let that happen. We shouldn't let them get to us, like they did with Hyusung. He left the stage by himself and locked himself in the dressing room and suffered a misfortune. Don't worry, I'm staying with you guys. Yuhak clenched Dayun's arm. Yes, we'll figure out a way to explain it. For now, we should focus on sorting out the timing. It's 150. Can I see what these are real quick? So he definitely died around 150 because the call happened at 152, which is when Juyong disappeared. Okay, so the timeline's getting back. The timeline's kind of working. So I'm now starting to think it's not Gyuhuk. It's probably one of these two still. Anyway, regroup. I was really surprised. I thought you and Gyuhuk would have been able to talk him out of it. I'm sorry. I wasn't blaming you. I'm the one who showed poor judgment. I can't believe you went crazy on Fader after talking to you guys. Ina's short hair gently rustled when she shook her head. Anyhow, you two came back to the stage and stayed there. And Seal, Juyong, and I left the stage once, right? That's about right. My head hurts. I want to delve into our whereabouts, but then I feel like ignoring the whole thing. I'll try to figure out the details. Yeah, that sounds like the right decision. Ina put her hands on the side of her hair and pushed them up. Maybe I'm scared to dig in any deeper. Yeah, she does. She's kind of the person who doesn't want to find the truth. That's the weird thing, but that's fine. Departure. Let's talk about your departure, Ina. Everyone saw me when I left. I was pretty loud, you know. You told us not to follow you. Because you and Gyuhak went by yourselves. I didn't think he would open the door if we all went together. I was going to grab him by the collar, but I felt intimidated when I reached the central corridor, so I tiptoed until I reached the dressing room. Ina frowned and moved her eyes. I called Hyusung in front of the door, but there was no answer. So did you go in? No, I just couldn't. I called out his name a few more times and then waited. I was basically camping there right before the door. Besides, I was a bit afraid to enter. Ina, wait. Arriving at the central corridor, Ina waited in front of the door for a few moments. So she waited. She waited at the door, so she didn't look anywhere else. She just waited there. Interesting. I was waiting there for his response, and then the tremor came shaking from the corridor, which is when Seal left. The tremor also reached the stage. No doubt it did. It was scary as hell. After it died out, I got the courage to actually open the door. You were in the central corridor up until then? My destination was the dressing room. Where else would I go? I turned the doorknob, and to my surprise, it wasn't locked. Ina picked up her jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders. Beads of sweat rolled down on her neck. So I went in and Hyusung wasn't there. I had goosebumps for some reason. The dressing room was empty. And what happened next? My head began to spin. It was all so complicated. That's when I started to wonder if he was hiding somewhere. Hiding somewhere? Why? Well, he said he was going to be there, but he wasn't. I wondered if I should be looking for him. Ina entry. After the tremor died down, she found the door to the dressing room left unlocked, but Hyusung wasn't in the dressing room. Okay. Juyong. Let's talk about Juyong real quick. She was such a poor thing. To be honest, I was really scared at first. When I opened the door and entered the stage, there was something in front of the door. I was so scared that I almost screamed. Ina dropped her head and stared at her feet. So Juyong didn't even leave the stage area. It's just, she was at that door. Okay, so that was Juyong. She was catching her breath with one hand on the wall. Did she look okay? She seemed relaxed, although her face was pale. Ina suddenly raised her hand and stared at Juyong. It was a mess. Everyone was focused on themselves. It seemed that Juyong wasn't able to suppress her symptoms. It's a good thing she knew how to control herself, though. I know, right? If it had been a serious seizure. I can't even imagine the things she might have had to go through. Yeah, I know. If she started seizing right there, then we'd have another dead body, and that would probably not be pretty good, right? Juyong's reason. We should have paid more attention to her. I'm sorry. I'm just glad she came back safely. To be honest, it's too late to even say this. I just left when everyone tried to stop me. I think I helped aggravate Juyong's condition. Ina covered one of her cheeks with her hand and closed her eyes. Juyong could read the sense of regret from her closed mouth. It was complicated. We couldn't have resolved it easily. How much worse than before? I'll take better care of her from now on. Right, it would be really dangerous to lose track of her again at a time like this. Ina slowly surveyed the corridor. Her gaze came back to Juyong's face. Accidents are not the only thing we have to be aware of. Someone could be hiding somewhere watching us. Ina, are you okay? Nope, but what can we do? At least she's honest. Are you okay? Nah, I'm not okay. Not at all. Juyong's trigger. It seemed determined when they wrote the post. Jiyoung was also surprised when she saw the post. Who wouldn't be? We've already seen the outcome, right? Ina grabbed Doyoon's shoulder while she was talking. Seriously, Sungyeon could be anywhere in this building. Already told you we can't have a secondary account. Not us, I guess there's someone else in here. Ina surveyed the corridor with a bewildered look on her face. I really don't know where they came from or where they went, but it's dark and there are pieces of debris everywhere. Doyoon covered his mouth with a grim look on his face. To be honest, I have no clue. How would you? It's not like we have a detector or anything. Forget it, we should be okay as long as we don't let our guard down. We're not going to let them have it their way. Yeah, that's true. Also, fish! What up, cheese? It also makes sense, like, Seal has a tablet in his backpack. We know that from one of the endings, so... Anyway, what about your waiting? You want a clearly arranged timeline? Let's see, after seeing Hyosung's post, I went to the dressing room. After waiting a bit before the door, you eventually went into the room, and you felt bad to find nobody there. I was actually scared. Ina awkwardly corrected her expression. It seemed that she didn't want to sound aggressive. I replaced bad with scared, got it? At her demand of changing upset to frightened, but you got agitated, right? Anger or scared, what's the difference? You were agitated. Hey, anger and agitation are different emotions. I corrected myself because I didn't want you to think that I kicked the door and just barged in. Ina put her hands together and glared at Doyoon. Ina let out a sigh after glaring at Doyoon for some time. You know, I should really probably disable those sound alerts during story games. Might be a good idea, but whatever. Forget it, we should just focus on figuring out exactly when I entered the dressing room. Now let me start from the moment you left the stage. Okay, hurry up before I forget. Doyoon tried to recall the time when Ina left the dressing room. After Gyo came back, Hyosung's post came up at 1:40 in the morning. I went right after seeing it. I must have arrived at the dressing room at around 1:43 a.m. And then, I entered the dressing room after the tremor. Can you get the picture now? For now. 4 now and 4 now or 3 now. Why don't you just hurry up? Ina's trace. Ina went to the central corridor to meet Hyosung after seeing his post around 1:40 in the morning. Thinking the door was locked, she waited then went in to see Hyosung after a tremor. However, we chose the wrong option, so we need to go back. Interesting. There's so much interesting stuff happening. I'm very, very intrigued as to who actually did it. It's seeming like it's Ina, but it might be Seal. But if it's Seal, I'm going to be a little upset because that seems obvious. But you were scared. Why change the wording? What's the big deal? That came out wrong. It sounded like I kicked the door open and barged in. I don't want to mislead you. Ina mumbled to herself while trying to avoid Doyoon's gaze. Hey, we should focus on figuring out exactly when I entered the dressing room. All right, let's start from the moment you left the stage, and then this. No theft, hooray! And then we gotta get her second trace. So, entry. I thought I must find Hyosung as soon as I found the room empty. But it's dangerous. You should have at least called us. There weren't many places he could go to, so I thought I would find him soon. Ina spoke while glancing at the torn poster. I came right out of there and we went straight to the staff corridor. I checked another door inside the room to see if I could get in, but it didn't budge. And I guess there was only one passage. Yes, you have to go out of the corridor to enter there. Only one door to the staff corridor. Ina knitted her brows while nodding her head. What's this, Doyoon? Why are you asking me like you already know everything? Are you suspecting me? Ina's question if she is suspected. I'm just putting together all the facts. I'm just sorting out the thoughts. Everyone went through this. Then why don't you show it? Instead of looking like you're going for a kill. Ina lowered her arms that were akimbo. Doyoon cowered himself and thrusted his palms toward her. Look at the situation. We don't even know who did this. Fine, then can you continue? Ina frowned and focused on her accounts. Anyhow, Hyosung was not in the staff corridor either. After finding nothing, I came out and happened to meet up with Seal there. After another tremor, he went looking for you. He said for our safety, we should get out of there. We checked the dressing room, central corridor, and staff corridor. I felt leery when I found out that the staff corridor was empty too. It was strange, but I came out since I met someone. She left the empty dressing room to check the staff corridor. Seeing no one there, she returned to the central corridor. Then she met Seal there, and they came back together. That doesn't add up. Hold up. That's not adding up, is it? Maybe I'm not thinking about it too much, but didn't Seal leave when the tremor happened? Didn't Seal totally leave? Of course not. It's just you're talking about. Fine, alright. She got depressed. I'll choose the other option. This actually doesn't seem to be adding up then. I think maybe Seal and Ina are in it together? Maybe that's why she freaks out when she accidentally kills him. Because they're supposed to be working together rather than separate. Anyway. Yusung had already left the dressing room at that time. Ina wouldn't have known until she opened the door. I guess that's why she was waited. She must have felt confused when there was no answer. Yeah, she seemed to have something she wanted to say to him. Jing let out a deep sigh. There was a slight quiver to her breathing. Maybe he was still alive at the time. We'll know if we talk about it some more. Yeah, but you should be careful. If the incident happened when we were in the central corridor... Jing shook her head. I might feel more guilty. You might feel like you allowed this to happen. Ji-Yoon, you should remember. You should know how to handle the pressure at a time like this. We need to pull ourselves together somehow until the rescue team arrives. We gotta be strong! We gotta feel strong! Alright, let's talk about Ina's entry then. So Ina opened the door after the tremor occurred. That's when she realized that Hyosung wasn't there. Do you think there was an incident where he had to leave the dressing room? Maybe just wanted to go to the restroom. That's a possibility. He wasn't expecting her. Maybe he was at the restroom when he got ambushed. Ji-Young fell silent after mumbling something to herself for a while. Beads of sweat stood on the tip of her nose. And he was neglected there as if, we'll know the time when we talk about it. Ina thought Hyosung was hiding somewhere. She might have met him if she went to the restroom. It could have been him or whoever that attacked him. Maybe it's a good thing she came back before that happened. We can't lose Ina. We can't lose Ina. She's a precious doll. Wait. Ina said she was waiting at first because she thought the door was locked. When I first got there, the door was locked. Me too. He opened it when I called out for him. I heard him locking the door when I came out. I guess he left it open when he got out of the dressing room. The two dropped their heads and pondered for a moment. I think she went out and looked for him for some time, but we would have to hear it from her. What's for sure is that Hyosung left the dressing room during the time where you came back and Ina got there. Right, and we're not sure as to why he left. We're not even sure if he left out of his own will. Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point. He might have just left up because he was being forced to. Entry. Ina said the dressing room was empty when she went in. Which means she got there after Hyosung left. I can understand why she was confused. Kyohak knitted his brows as if he was trying to recall the central corridor. Places accessible from the corridor. The dressing room, restroom, and staffed corridor. The dressing room should have been excluded since it was the starting point. So that leaves the staff corridor and the restroom. She would have felt uncomfortable about entering the restroom. Maybe it's a good thing she didn't go there. Kyohak stopped for a moment. I agree. If Ina went in and encountered the attacker, it's a good thing she came out right away after meeting with Seal. Good old Seal, helping out Ina, being such a doll. How adorable. Let's talk to Seal. Alright, Seal. You got stuff to talk about. Kyohak went after you. He came back when I was almost done talking with the others. And I think it lasted for over 5 minutes. He failed to persuade him, and Hyosung began to grow riled. Hyosung pulled down at his hair with his fingertips. Seal openly showed his hatred towards Hyosung. He might not have expected this kind of ending. What's the point of checking everyone's whereabouts? If we're vague about our whereabouts, the tension might grow. I'm afraid someone might get cornered. Of course, there was no attacker among us, and that should be the normal conclusion. You're right, but it will help us figure out when the incident happened at least. I was saying that was pointless. Seal shook his head while mumbling something to himself. Maybe this is how I see it. What do you mean? He might still be alive if you or Kyohak were able to persuade him and bring him out of there. That's true. And maybe you're talking about an alibi and all so that you'll feel less guilty. It's not what I'm doing. You shouldn't create a schism within the group. We should assume that Esung-yeon is the attacker. It fits the frame now. We won't suspect one another at least. What I'm saying is that we should all hate a single target. While you're correct in that we all should hate a single target, we should also try to figure out the facts, because if there is a bad apple in the group, we need to make sure that they are contained. Like, suspicion is actually normal in this situation. Let's talk about Ina's departure. Ina went after Kyohak. She left right after reading Hyosung's latest post. It looked like he had nothing to lose. I can understand why Ina was angry. I told her it was dangerous by herself. Although I'm not sure if it was necessary for her to go when everyone tried to stop her. Aside from everything, the narrow corridor could collapse if more tremors occur. Seal stared at the other side of the central corridor. He clicked his tongue after staring at it for a moment. Why did he have to hide in there by himself? He seemed desperate, although he made a wrong choice. Very wrong. Just what on earth happened? The only thing we could figure out is the sequence. Who, where, and when in the arguments. Seal let out a long sigh. His expression showed more thought than anger. This really is a survival audition, and Hyosung dropped out of it. We can't just dismiss him like that. Of course not. I'm sure somebody's getting a kick out of the side of this mess. Yeah, you really did not like him. You really did not like Hyosung. Alright, talk about your departure, buddy. I went straight to the dressing room. I didn't have time to check other places. Did you go in right after arriving there? Yeah, the door was open. Seal drew his eyebrows together as if to trace back the memory. He closed his eyes for a moment and continued. No one was there. No Hyosung or Ina. He must have been confused. I felt drained, wondering where they were. Did you come out right away? No, I had to wait there for a moment. I thought about the places they could go to. That's possible. How long were you there? I'm not sure for how long. Seal tilted his head and answered, but soon drooped his head as if something had come to mind. I wasn't wearing a watch like the others. If you check with other people, you should be able to calculate the time. Seal entry. When Seal arrived, the door to the dressing room was open. Neither Hyosung nor Ina was inside. He briefly stayed there until he left. Okay. So... You're really not giving me much, dude. Trace. But how could she just disappear like that without even a word? It's normal. It's very normal. Very normal. I was so surprised. That doesn't sound like her that we know of. I admire her for enduring it this far. The stage collapsed and she saw 2 dead bodies. She's a strong person. Seo glanced at Ju-young on the other side. It wasn't easy to read her face, but she certainly didn't look at ease. She couldn't even pack her medication. She must have been scared. She said it herself that she could barely talk. I hope the rescue team arrives before things get worse. Seal adjusted his glasses. His eyes were looking straight at Do-yoon's face. So it's dangerous to create a commotion within the group. It's not my intention to create conflicts, but you might end up crossing the line. We're not detectives, prosecutors, or judges, but we can always play detective, prosecutor, or judge. Just keep that in mind. Everyone can play that. You can too, at home! Who is the victim? Who is the guilty? Don't say it, because I want to think of my own. Ju-young reason. Well, it was a mixed situation. I'm glad she figured out a way to suppress it. But I was very worried when she suddenly disappeared. She could only focus on calming herself down. Still, it was dangerous. Already twice at that. Ju-young didn't know what Seal meant at first. I'm saying Ju-young disappeared twice. Once before we discovered Sung-yeon, and this is the second time. I'll have to pay closer attention. The tremors are an ongoing thing right now. Seal had a worried look in his face. To be honest, I was mostly worried about Ju-young. If it's because of the panic attack, she knows how to control herself. Yeah, that's a relief. But it was the other people who were getting themselves in trouble. He does bring up a good point. She did disappear when both dead bodies have been found. It's a little worrisome. Talk about the trigger. I'm sure anyone would have had a breakdown. Things couldn't have gotten any worse than they already were. Plus, the things they said came true. Do you think Sung-yeon is responsible? Seal hesitated for a moment. Do-yoon soon nodded. I guess that's what I want to believe. If it wasn't Sung-yeon, we're in serious trouble. This time Do-yoon didn't know what to say. Sung-yeon attacked everyone and Hyosung was infuriated. He was already the last rank and he was digging his own grave anyway. Other contestants had no reason whatsoever to hurt him. Maybe. Damn, double whammy. That was awkward. I'm the only one who's not a contestant. But it wasn't me, which means it's not one of us. We have no choice but to look somewhere else. Dude, it could definitely be you. Like, let's be real. It could be anyone here. It could be ourselves. Boy, wouldn't that be a twist. Do-yoon was the culprit all along. That'd actually be an insane twist, not gonna lie. Alright, let's talk about Ina's waiting time. At first, the dressing room door was closed. That's how it was when Gyuhuk and I went to see him. Why did he act in that way if he was going to open it anyway? Seal shook his head and kicked on the floor with the back of his shoes. I went right away, but Ina wasn't in the dressing room. She could look for him. The staff corridor was dangerous too. Didn't you say the door was open, buddy? Which is it? I'm just glad she came out safely. I know Ina didn't want anyone following her, but still, she was so adamant about it. Dune unknowingly stared at Ina. Sorry. Dune, she's not the one. If we're talking about Hyusung, I never said she was. I'm just saying, if there's any doubts, there isn't. I'm glad then. Buddy. One person stares just slightly wrong at Ina, and you fucking lose your shit. Like, come on, dude. I know you're her stalker, but like, come on. Well, I mean, Duyun doesn't know that yet, but I do, so. Ina's entry. Hyusung was absent since then, I guess. Ina seemed to have felt bewildered. And then she should have immediately come back to the stage. You two came back right after meeting each other. It wasn't easy to convince her, but I managed to do so. Seal rubbed his thumbnail with his index finger. There was a brief silence. I don't think I'm in the position to tell her what to do. You're a staff member. I think you could talk to her. There are titles like floor director and assistant, but there's a level to these titles. A level? Yeah, there are different levels to identical titles. I'm just a servant. Duyun was obviously felt that level before. Maybe Duyun was also taking advantage of that structure. It won't seem right for him to throw a casual comment about it now. You're quiet. Are you acknowledging the existence of the level? No, it's okay. It's not like I was testing you or anything. I'm well aware of my place. I'm just glad Ina came out safely. Dude, why is every time we talk to you depressing? Why is it that every time we talk to you, you depress the shit out of us? Every time. There is no in between. All right, bucko, talk about yourself. I left after the second tremor came. I went into the dressing room just to find it empty, and I already told you that I stayed in the room for a moment. Seal rolled his eyes as if to search his memory. Duyun waited for a second and asked the question. Didn't you feel anyone else's presence? It wasn't all that quiet in there, but I'm sure there was no sound. In the empty dressing room, did you wait for Ina? Did you wait until Ina came? Of course, I wasn't sure if I should come out of there immediately. I had no way of contacting her. I checked the door inside the dressing room, but it was locked as I expected. The door that's connected to the center of the staff corridor? It wouldn't budge. I think the door got stuck on the wall. Seal pretended to turn to the doorknob. I got out of there after some time, but it didn't seem wise to be staying there. Then I found Ina in the central corridor. So I guess you weren't looking for her when you met her. You're right. I was glad because I could have missed her. And that's how you came back to the stage together. It was dark and narrow, so we got out of there quickly. Ooh, there's a contradiction! At the time, we actually thought Hyusung might have come back to the stage after he got tired of throwing fits. Let's press S to check this out. So let's just look at this. Ready? So did you wait until Ina came? Of course, I wasn't sure if I should come out of there immediately. I had no way of contacting her. I checked the door inside the dressing room, but it was locked as I expected. The door that's connected to the center of the staff corridor. It wouldn't budge. I think the door got stuck on the wall. So that is it. And Ina was in the central corridor. But Ina did talk about the fact she went to this staff corridor. After Tremor, Seal headed to the central corridor to find Ina. He found the dressing room empty, so he waited. He met Ina in the central, and they went back together. There's a contradiction. There's a contradiction. Because once again, let's point this out. She left the empty dressing room to check the staff corridor. Seeing no one there, she returned to the central corridor. There she met Seal, and they came back together. But that's the thing, is I do think that I think Rorzak waited and then went to see Hyusung after Tremor. I think we got a lie here. Let's talk about Seal's entry to everyone else before we move on. Did Seal go straight to the dressing room? Yes, he went in after Ina, but the dressing room was empty. He said he was standing there for a moment out of confusion. He must have been confused as to whether he should come out and look for her or wait there. Duyun thought about Seal's account for a moment. He had no way of contacting us. Yes, thank God nothing happened. He went by himself when he didn't even have a way to contact us. Jiyoung stopped in the middle of her sentence. Or maybe it was safe for them because there were two people in the corridor. Maybe you're right, the attacker could have been looking for another chance. Consequently, they protected each other. Maybe. Gyuhuk, what do you think about this? I guess Seal was confused too. The door was open, but no one was in there. By that time, Hyusung was already... Gyuhuk slowly nodded while staring at Duyun. Nobody would have expected it at that time. After some time, Seal came out and met Ina and came back immediately. It's a good thing he did that. Duyun also nodded slowly. The person who attacked Hyusung might have been waiting for Seal or Ina to be alone, but they met each other quickly. Consequently, they protected each other, although they weren't aware at the time. True, but at the same time, they didn't even know that they protected each other, and they're only gonna attack one person. I can't believe Seal followed me to the dressing room when I didn't ask him. I'm sure he was surprised too, because the dressing room was empty. Ina scratched the back of her neck. Why didn't he yell out my name or something? I could have heard him for the staff corridor. That probably didn't cross his mind at the time. Come to think of it, someone could have been hiding there. I kept lying low, and that saved me from harm, I guess. Ina raised her gaze to check the ceiling. We wouldn't want the ceiling to collapse. What else did he say? Who, Seal? Who else? He said he came back to this place after checking out the dressing room first. Yeah, he did. It kind of fits the frame. I think there's a lie. I think there's a lie somewhere, isn't there? I think there's a lie coming up. 12 keywords acquired, our sanity is improved, and rapport is unchanged because they're maxed out. Everyone looked very tired. I'm not sure if we can get the whole picture. Well, what do you think, Diyun? Diyun tried to sort out his thoughts. All their stories danced around in his head. Well, he lowered his head and found his watch blinking. Stay strong. I hope you're just ignoring my messages rather than not being in a condition to see this. Diyun couldn't help but nod. He needed to focus. Vagueness only created anxiety. We all know one thing. Someone attacked Hyusung in the restroom, and Hyusung seemed to have moved from the dressing room to the restroom on his own. Before anything, I want to figure out when he moved from the dressing room to the restroom. They all nodded. Okay then. What happened before and after Hyusung disappeared? So what happened before is Gyuhuk, right? Gyuhuk went to see Hyusung right before he disappeared. Then Ino showed up, but that's when he missing. I want to check everything else. Okay. Gyuhuk tried to convince Hyusung in the dressing room, but failed. From what we understand, it took about 5 minutes from 1:25 to 1:30 a.m. Hyusung knew I wouldn't do him the favor, so he kicked me out pretty quickly. So Hyusung was in the dressing room until that point. Hyusung posted a comment shortly after Gyuhuk came back. Oh, and I went to the dressing room right after reading it. The comment was posted at 1:40 a.m. I read the door of the dressing room via the central corridor, and you said you didn't see Hyusung on the way back. If he was lingering, I would have found him in the corridor, or at least seen him leaving. Yep. Could it be that Hyusung used the rear door? It won't open, I'm sure of it. The door seems to be stuck. Then the only way to the restroom is through the central corridor. There's only one passage, but neither Ino or Seal saw Hyusung leave. Maybe Hyusung was already in the restroom when he wrote the post on Fader. If that's the case, we could figure out what time Hyusung left the dressing room. He left between 1:35 and 1:40 in the morning. Boom! Hyusung moves. Hyusung is believed to have moved from the dressing room to the restroom between 1:35 and 1:40 in the morning. The last provocative comment was probably posted from the restroom. Okay. While some nodded, Ina came forward. I also checked the staff corridor because the dressing room was empty. Any chance of the central corridor being left neglected during that time? It could have been a chance for the attacker to hide somewhere. Ina looked at Duyun. Everyone except Juyoung used the central corridor. Let's put the events in order. From when Hyusung fell silent to when he was discovered, to find the moment when the central corridor could have been empty, Hyusung definitely left the dressing room at about 1:40 in the morning. We found Hyusung at 2 in the morning, so there's a 20-minute gap. That's not such a short amount of time. Was the corridor empty during that time then? The attacker couldn't have moved while there was someone in the corridor. They would have been caught right away. Let me sort this out. We might be able to come up with an answer if we consider the order of events. What do we got? Let's list everyone's whereabouts from the time Hyusung disappeared. So Ina, Seal, Juyoung, and Gyuhuk, all this. Ina arrived at the dressing room a little past 1:40 in the morning. She said she waited in front of the door until the tremor. There wasn't anyone in the central corridor then. Seal went straight to the dressing room after the tremor. After entering the dressing room, he briefly stayed there. The dressing room's door was open. I went in without closing it, and I didn't hear anything from the central corridor. That's probably when I went to the staff corridor. The corridor was briefly empty after the tremor, but I didn't hear anything. If the door was left open, there's practically no gap. It was then that Ju Young's condition worsened. She said she started to hyperventilate after reading Sung-yeon's post. I didn't have time to tell you about it, so I went to the door that stands between the stage and central corridor. You didn't go to the corridor, but you left after sealed. And I called you at 1:52 in the morning after finding out that you were gone, but you were already there before that. The call didn't go through, right? Right, but everyone came back shortly. I met Ju Young when I got out of the corridor. She was standing in front of the door, so everyone got back together at this point except Hyusung. Other than the restroom, we checked all the other places. The call was made at 1:52 in the morning, so we got back together at least 1:55 in the morning. Well, this is how it goes. Ina arrived at around 1:04 in the morning. She was in the central corridor. When the tremor started, Ina entered the dressing room, came out, and went straight to the staff corridor. Seal came to the central corridor right after. Jung stayed in front of the door to the central corridor sometime later. She was guarding the entrance, so to speak. Shortly after Ina and Seal met in the central corridor and went to the stage and later met Ju Young, the three came in to join Yu-Huk and me. So there was virtually no gap. When Ina and I used the central corridor, it wasn't really a gap. Then when did the attacker flee? The attacker could have attacked him immediately after arriving at the restroom and fled afterwards. Another possibility is at 1:55 a.m. after we all came back to the stage. We came back at 2 a.m. to find Hyusung, so we had about 5 minutes then. Use central corridor. The group used the central corridor until 1:55 in the morning. There were only 5 minutes until 2 in the morning when the body was discovered. Damn. There were only 2 time periods when the attacker could have made an escape. The first was the time from when Hyusung went to the restroom to the point when Ina arrived at the central corridor. The second was the time from when everyone left the central corridor for the stage to the point where everyone came back. Then precisely when was he attacked? I think it happened right after he went to the restroom. That has nothing to do with when the attacker made an escape. Can we be sure no one checked the restroom during that time? We saw the crime scene. So it's cool that might have made a loud noise. That might have made a loud noise in the restroom. Probably the first attack, right? Hyusung was attacked with the mop shaft. It hit him so hard that the shaft was broken in half. There must have been a loud noise when Hyusung was hit or when the shaft broke. We saw evidence of an impact that would have caused a loud noise. There we go! Nobody heard anything. Which means it happened when no one was in the corridor. That's before any of us went to the corridor. It's plausible even without a loud noise. If Hyusung was okay, he would have fought back. He didn't react because he was already dead by that time. A brief silence came after Seal's remark. What? If he was attacked right after entering the restroom, he must have posted on Fader from the restroom and got attacked immediately after. Wait. Ina raised her hand and came forward. Shortly after I read that Fader post, I came here. While I was waiting in front of the dressing room door. Could the attacker have been hiding in the restroom? Ina's voice trembled as she finished. That seems likely. They hid Hyusung in the storage area and then waited? Then took off right after everyone left the corridor. Jung quietly turned around and looked at Yu-Huk. By the way, we came right back here after gathering on the stage, right? We came to the restroom after checking all the other rooms. No one was there. Where could they have gone during that short period of time? Unless there's a hidden passage. With a worried look on her face, Ju-Young took a deep breath. The attacker must have hidden somewhere around the stage. The attacker flees. The central corridor was busy between 1:40 and 1:55 in the morning. In the restroom, Hyusung wrote a post and got killed. The attacker ran away when no one was in the central corridor. Jesus. After attacking Hyusung and hiding in the restroom? Are you saying they followed the three of you out to the stage as you came back? If that's not it, how can we explain their disappearance? We looked everywhere here. Wait, stop. If the attacker is somewhere on the stage, we shouldn't be here. If they locked the door, let's go back to the stage. Is it locked? Is it locked? It's not locked. Well, luckily it's not locked. My goodness, I thought we were done for. Looks like they didn't play any tricks on us. I've had enough. Ina walked up to the stage. Hey, you psychopath! Where are you hiding, you murderer? Hiding won't save you. The rest of the group stared at Ina in surprise. Come on, fight me, you coward. There was no answer from the darkness beyond. I know you can hear me. Where in the world are you? Come on, you freaking monster. Ina frowned and looked into the distance. Duyun, can you still not make a call? I think we should report to the rescue team about Hyusung. At the suggestion of reporting the rescue team of Hyusung's incident. We should ask the others, because we know that if we contact the rescue team, it just blows up on Fader and everyone gets crazy. Wait. About Hyusung, I think we should contact the rescue team. Let me see if the phone is working. Dune, are you going to tell everyone? Why? What's the matter? What if the attacker is not a Sengyeon, but one of us? You think that's possible? I just think we should consider every possibility. Ji-young interrupted Seal. Right, we have to tell them about the situation here. We should also ask them what we have to do. Should I tell them that Hyusung was attacked by someone? Well, what else? Ji-young tried to call the rescue team. No signal. Mine doesn't work. Can you guys try it with yours? The rest of the group raised their wrists and tried to get a signal. After some time, they barely managed to call the rescue team. The intermittent voice gave them a short instructions and trailed off. It was nothing special. Protocols can be easily to overlook in an emergency. Still, leaving Hyusung there like that. I guess they said it was for the rest of us. What can we do? They told us to leave him there. Provide the exact location of the body. If you're concerned about losing the body, move it to near the rescue route once we determine which path is best. These were the 2 instructions from the rescue team. Anything else? They told us to stay in the open and avoid places that have been severely damaged. I think this is the best place we could find at the moment. I also told us to watch out for things falling from the ceiling. They only told us only things we already know. June lowered his head at Seal's remark. Right then, a shiny watch caught his attention. Fader. I hate to say this, but I smell something fishy here. I thought so. The timing is so peculiar. Why all of them remain silent now? They talked a lot when instructed not to do so? Yoon frowned and refreshed the page. More casualties from Buried Star's accident site. Breaking news. More casualties happened? This is... Already? How? We just called them. This is too fast. It's not possible. There must have been a reporter sneaking around, and they quickly posted the headline first. The more you insult me, the earlier you'll be dead. Don't act rashly. I said this is a survival audition. The show will go on. Don't respond to the troll that pretends to be the dead producer. Now it threatens to kill people? Please ignore it. Don't feed a troll. If that is true, this is so crazy. Confess to the murder? Why did they say that when someone's dead? Have you seen the latest news on the news account about more casualties? A squad car has arrived blowing a siren. Are there any news? Someone reported the fake account? Hyusung dead? Really? Because he's finished last? At that time, a message came in through Messenger. What happened there? You still alive? Pull yourself together. It was from Plughole, who had been demanding answers from Duyun. Duyun didn't know how this person found his contact number or who he was. Duyun had been ignoring him, but this time he decided not to. He remembered getting his senses back thanks to Plughole's message when he was about to break down. Who are you really? I'm on your side. You got me walking side to side. I'm not in a good mood. Stop kidding around. Same here. Just think of me as someone who's ready to help at any cost. How can I trust that? What can you do for me? Have faith in me. Faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of these is faith. Oops, I mean love. Anyway, you notice what's going on around you? Even a fireworks festival couldn't be more exciting than this. This asshole called S. Sung-yeon seems to be the main troll of the day. If S. Sung-yeon keeps running wild, he will eventually push public opinion in the wrong direction. I'll make him shut his mouth. You just give me help when I ask for it. Rude talks. He provokes others with offensive expressions. They might soon suffer a mental breakdown. Yoon frowned. Plughole's tone was not that different from those who were trolling just for fun. I don't believe you. Stop bugging me. I'm gonna block your account. Wow, you're suspicious. How many times you've been ripped off in your life? Hold there. I'll send you a photo. What? An unrecognizable photo arrived through Messenger. June realized it was a slightly blurry photo of a man. It's a bit blurry though. It's me. It's a bit blurry, but I'm sure you can see my trustworthiness. What made you so skeptical? Who hurt you? Anyway, I'm gonna pick a fight with Sung-yeon. I'll contact again at a good time. Be ready to help me when I ask. Cooperation. He volunteered to cooperate to remove Sung-yeon. It's still hard to trust him. I think we just trust this dude. But what kind of help does he want? He lowered his watch slowly. Now that Do-yoon thought about it, he realized that it wasn't Plughole but Do-yoon himself who was helping the situation. No need to play along with this kind of wordplay. Keep trying to make a call? It's a mess on Fader right now. Sung-yeon is running their mouth as if they'd won. Slurring her words, Ju-young had a somber look on her face. Looks like Sung-yeon got themselves another opponent. The others turned toward Ina. There's someone picking a fight with Sung-yeon. Okay, what's the username? The text is too small to read. Oh yeah, Plughole? Do-yoon turned on his watch again to check Fader. Come over here, Sung-yeon, otherwise just go away. You really buy that? If Sung-yeon has a clear conscience, they wouldn't disguise their IP using VPN, an overseas IP. The most glorious national Fader star, Seo, the world's best Fader star, Sung-yeon. You still believe it? Its identity will soon be revealed. Stay tuned. You really did it. I'm inside the collapsed building. I don't want to tell those who can't grasp the current situation. Yusung stayed silent. Next target is in 4th place. Do-yoon. Reflect on your life and confess your sins. I'll start my move. My goal equals your safety equals everyone's safety. Got it? What is he trying to get? We don't have time to fuss over some keyboard battle on Fader. I hope they beat Sung-yeon up. Everyone was responding differently. Sung-yeon claimed that they were on stage. So some obviously believe that Sung-yeon didn't murder Hyusung. If Sung-yeon put up some hard evidence, or turned out to be just an internet troll, what would Do-yoon do next? Do-yoon's head began to pound. Wow, Sung-yeon, the rescue team made it clear that there are 5 contestants and 1 floor director left, but is there someone else, really? I understand that you just want to go along for the ride. It can't be helped. But can't you see that your identity will be unveiled soon? You've gone too far. Knock it off. You will have to take all responsibility for that. Who would believe you are at the accident site? Present the evidence. You know what I mean? Plughole was putting pressure on Sung-yeon by demanding evidence. Hyusung went silent, but we don't know if he's dead or alive. He might be waiting for an opportunity. In the end, what Sung-yeon has said is nothing more than a collection of gossips. I thought there would be more to Hyusung's silence, but who the heck is Sung-yeon? Even Fader users, who were easily swayed by the public opinion on the timeline, were seeming to suspect Sung-yeon, who was remaining silent, to be a fake. I'm inside the accident site. I repeat that. The end is around the corner. They are there. They are 100% inside. That's right here. Photo upload. Sung-yeon put up a photo on Fader, claiming that this photo featuring the accident site proves that they are inside the building. I'm starting to feel scared. Wow, now they faked the photo. Great. We don't know when the photo was taken. So pathetic. If the photo was not faked, that could be really shocking, but the photo alone is... I can recognize the stage. Looks the same way as we saw on TV. Real? If the photo is authentic, we should not provoke Sung-yeon anymore to protect people trapped inside. It was clearly a picture of the collapsed stage. Do-yoon felt like he was suffocating. Doesn't make sense. We're here right now. I looked at it again. It's definitely here. It definitely wasn't photoshopped. If that's true, do you think there's really a passage that we missed? Hidden passage. There might be a hidden passage linked to the inside of a collapsed building. Even if there is one, why attack Hyusung? What the hell happened? Are you kidding? That's what I wanted to ask. It really came from... No one knows. What's the deal with the photo? Even I sent you one before. It was a bit blurry though. Actually, the photo was taken from here. You serious? You're 100% really sure about that? I'm not in the mood for jokes. Okay, give me a minute to find the best way to deal with this. Just calm down, you chicken friends. See you later. None of you should react. Everyone on Fader is waiting for an opportunity to eat you alive. The messages stopped there. Feeling confused, Do-yoon turned around. They all looked confused. Can it really be true that Sung-yeon murdered? No way, it must be a trick or something. Should we take a look around again? I don't get it, what's going on? Do-yoon clenched his fist. From now, he had to clear up the confusion brought up by Sung-yeon. He should listen to the others to gather clues from their reaction. Plughole, you're telling me to calm down the others? I was going to do that anyway. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Sungyeon is on the stage. A route. So we are on Route A right now. Apparently there's a Route A and a Route B, but there is still some more stuff going on. We are learning more about our mysterious friend. We know that they are male, though. Crazy. Yeah, no, don't spoil. If you spoil, you get banned so fast. So fast. So everyone's posting stuff. As Sungyeon threatened to kill the one in last place at 2 in the morning. At the predicted hour, Hyosung's body was found in the restroom. Squad cars arrived below a siren. Are there any news? Someone reported the fake account. Some people blindly say everything's a rumor. That's a funny way of thinking. This is definitely evidence. The photo. At the time, rumor had it that one of the idol group members was dating an entrepreneur and tried to get married to him. Ji-young's past resurfaced. Rumor had it that she had dated a wealthy guy so she could retire early, but it ended in failure. A photo of her walking at night was also released. Okay. They're trying to contact families of survivors, but only Ina's family cannot be reached. Is there anyone who knows her family or friends? No word. No one had a contact number for Ina's family. The media in her hometown contacted her dance crew, but even then, they didn't know anything about her family. I heard he took some years off from school. He disappeared without saying anything to his classmates. Disappearance. Gi-hyuk disappeared without graduating from university, and no one knew what he had done for several years before entering the audition. Gi-hyuk article photo. Tired of seeing Gi-hyuk on the news. It was true that the judges favored Doyoon, yeah? Even when this band came out, Doyoon got all the spotlight. Focus. Doyoon had commanded the attention of the judges away from his fellow band members ever since the preliminaries. His popularity was undeniable. Messenger-wise. And everyone's still getting points. Gi-hyuk is in a far commanding lead, though. Let's just be real. Dude's in a very, very commanding lead. All right, let's make some calls. I think we're gonna do Ina and then Gi-hyuk first, and then Ju-young. Oh, having too much fun with your watch? I'm just on the phone. Are you by any chance Plughole? No way. You know we can't use multiple accounts. Then what makes you keep typing? It's already chaotic on Fader. Sungyeon is unstoppable. Did Sungyeon really infiltrate into this building through a hidden passage? If there was one, we would have already gotten out of here, though. Anyhow, we need to be on alert, since we have no idea what's exactly happening around us. Oh, okay, well. We save at 3. Reload 2. Need to get some food at some point. I'm gonna call Gi-hyuk. I thought you were busy reading things on the watch. What's going on? You still reading Fader posts? If they make you feel unpleasant, you'd better stop reading them. I can't ignore all of them, especially the one with that photo. We're not sure where it was taken. I've looked at it again, but it's apparently this place. Seeing that photo, this place looks more dangerous than ever. Doyoon, you need to be careful too. Don't forget to keep your head up. Me? Yeah, because you can't take your eyes off your watch. All dangerous things are hanging up there. You do not wish to get hurt. Hi, Blossy. How's it going? Thanks. I'll be careful of that. Yes, please. Cool. Gi-hyuk's good. And then Ju Young is the one I really want to keep increasing rapport with. If she's not one with rapport, then we'll get Yu Hook. What a mess. Yeah, here and out there. Seungyeon is the Fader star now. Posting a lot? I have many Fader friends. If 100 of them post 2 comments each, that's a total of 200 for me to read. It's crazy. I shouldn't have read them. But I can't deny Seungyeon's posts grab my attention. You shouldn't dwell on what Seungyeon says, though. Yeah, we shouldn't let them get to us. Cheese is still awake after all this time? Jesus. Cheese doing cheese things. Alright, seal time. Photo upload. Do you really think Seungyeon did it? Then where were they hiding? Seal, you need to calm down first. What's important now is that we're here together. Seungyeon or whatever can't do anything to us. I wish I could believe that. Seal looked around while adjusting his bag strap. As long as we don't have any internal conflict among us. That's not going to happen now. We can't guarantee that. I'm trying to be positive here. We can't allow any fissures in the group. I agree with you on that. But what if more serious issues arise that require our attention? If that's the case, a schism might be impossible to prevent. Jesus, dude. Fucking depressing. Every goddamn time he's depressing. Oh my gosh. Anyway, by the way, chat, are you guys liking this game so far? And if so, do you guys have any favorite characters so far? I am just curious. Hidden passage. A passage that can be utilized by someone out there. What do you think? I had some hope when we first inspected this place. They did a lot of construction here and there, but there was no passage after all. Could we have missed somewhere? Seal adjusted his glasses and pondered for a minute. Shortly, he raised his head and stared at Dooyoon. No, there's no such thing as a hidden passage. The Seals remarked that there is no hidden passage. The rescue team also said so. It was also confirmed by the rescue team. Then I guess this is the unavoidable reality. For some things, we just need to give in. It's good to have hope, but it's the reality. The rescue team even had the building plan. There's no reason for them to lie. I just wanted to make sure of it, since B-Stars did so much unplanned construction. Of course, I want to believe that there's another passage, but that we can't go out through that passage. We saw that there was no such thing, and it was confirmed by the rescue team, but I still want to believe it. Seal shook his head. Dooyoon could hear him gulping. There's no such passage. Hyosung's attacker must be also hiding somewhere away from us. They won't have the guts to come out in front of us. But if their hiding place collapses, we'll be safe. No exit. There were no exits at the accident site. The rescue team with the blueprint also found no exits. 0 exits at all. Who needs to exit from this place? We could live down here forever. Timing. Hyosung countered Seungyeon's forewarning, and that's what happened. Do you think they're interconnected? It could be a coincidence, of course. Seal shook his head. Then Hyosung was attacked by someone in here. That means that Seung also uploaded photos by utilizing their own method. We can't even handle one suspicion, but now we have to deal with 2. His hands that were clenching at the bag strap turned pale. The information we have is fragmentary. When the investigation begins later, there could be an explanation for this whole thing. Investigation. Seal trembled after biting his lower lip. Seal, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I wish we could settle this while in here instead of taking it outside. Even if we settle it, what can we do? You're right. The only thing we can do is remain calm and survive. I'm really curious, but then I really don't want to know. Frickin' Seal. Rumor! I can't believe they're spreading that kind of rumor in this chaos. Why are they talking about that all of a sudden? It was a serious accident, and people began to pay more attention. It might be more than when Beloved was disbanded. Sorry for Ju Young to say this, but Beloved wasn't really popular. People couldn't have said that if they only knew Ju Young's feelings toward Beloved. It was a long time. People change. Memories get embellished. Do you think she still feels the same way she did before? Do you think they are real? Only the members would know. Not much was known about the incident back then. There were only 3 facts: Ju Young's withdrawal from her girl group, the disbandment of the group, and the bankruptcy of her former agency. Seal frowned and shook his head. Dooyoon unknowingly let out a sigh. Then how should we respond to that? We can't respond to anything right now. We should just keep quiet. Whether we sue them or fight with them online, we need to get out of here first. What would you do if we suddenly lose signal while arguing on Fader? Things would get really tricky. Whether it's true or not isn't important. What matters is who throws the last punch. I think Ji-young is smart for doing nothing. She is, but also, dude, you depressed us again. Like, literally every time we talk to you, Seal, it's just depression. It's just constant depression. Like, I don't understand it, man. You gotta be more positive. You gotta be more positive. I know, like, talking to me sometimes is super depressing, but, like, come on! I'm not this bad, am I? What a mess. I guess they were going to find her family and relatives for better pictures. They must have been upset already. I guess there were no attention seekers around Ina. People tend to run wild in front of the camera even though they don't know a thing about that person. I guess it goes to show how nice she has been with other people. The two stared at Ina for a minute. After observing her behavior for a bit, they looked at each other again. Ina never talked about other people except for her crew members. Even I don't know anything about her family or friends. Is it necessary? Maybe the crew was her family and friends. Necessary? Since when did Beastars care if it was necessary or not? Seal suddenly fell silent. Seal seemed confused for a moment, but his expression changed quickly. They do. In the end, the contestants are their products. If there's a story they want to shine, they exaggerate. If there's something they would damage the show, they hide it. They market the contestants by adding a story. The problem is that they never asked for the contestants' consent. Damn. And yeah, no, he's very pessimistic. But once again, he's similar to me, because I know I'm depressing sometimes, but like, I'm not this bad, I'm pretty sure. Gyu-hook's past is as vague as Ina's. He's the son of Byung-hee Lee. Isn't that enough? Maybe that's why the rest of his past is unknown. Nobody knows what he did during the break. I guess he needed time to pull himself together. That's obvious. I'm talking about the specifics. That's where people's interests lie. What about before that? Or what kind of student he was? Things like that. I guess he lived a good life with a silver spoon in his mouth. Anyone could guess that. People want something more dramatic. For example, what was his life like after his father, the legendary singer, passed away? Ji-yoon couldn't help but frown. Seal stopped himself when he saw Do-yoon's face. I can never get used to that. Look at them now. People are ecstatic. They want to know what's going on in here. That's the public interest. If you get stressed out, that's your loss. Mother... fucker. Depresso Espresso, the boy. Most of the time I'm used to like a girl being the espresso in a game. And for those who are like, that's not true. Look at most of the visual novels I've streamed. Look at most of the visual novels I've streamed. Focus. The judges really liked you. Honestly, I still don't know why. I thought they would evaluate the entire band, but they focused more on individuals. They would have recognized the band itself if the entire performance was good. Masquerade wasn't one of them. The other members weren't attractive. Do-yoon cleared his throat. Seal stopped for a moment, but began to continue again. Isn't it better to remain in the show by yourself than getting eliminated with the rest of the members? Don't you have a purpose for joining the audition? I did have a purpose, although it didn't work out. Why? Because people are calling you a betrayer? If Sung-yeon had that in mind while shooting the show, you can't avoid it. You don't have to explain it to a staff member. I know you didn't even want to. Seal clicked his tongue and rubbed his feet against the floor. Thank you for looking at it that way. I might as well do some sucking up. Were you sucking up to me? I was just speaking positively and factually, I guess you can call it that. We need to stick together in the face of crisis, right? That's the first time you finally admitted to doing that. Jesus. Alright, Ina, what's going on? There's no denying it. What we see here is the proof. It's the photo of this place, the collapsed stage. I enlarged it, I shrunk it, I tried everything. Ina opened the fader page and looked into the photo again. Under her knitted brows, her blue eyes turned dark. This photo is real. It's clear that the photo couldn't have been fabricated. If the photo is real, it means that this threat is not a joke. Sung-yeon is here somewhere, and when we moved about, they found an opportunity to... The rock that Sung-yeon is telling the truth. If the photo is real, not a fake. There we go, here. I'm starting to believe it. No matter how I look at it, the photo is real. Right? We're trapped in here with a freaking psychopath. They'll get us if we get separated like Hugh-sung. We need to stick together no matter what. You're right. They can't get us as long as we're together. Even if someone else comes out other than Sung-yeon, nothing changes. That's it. We shouldn't give them another chance. Ina tore her hair out, suddenly raised her head. Can't we beat the crap out of them first? At this point, we have no other way of knowing whether they are or what they will do next. Didn't they say you were the next target? Ina gently grabbed Duyun by the arm. Don't worry, you have us with you. Photo of the scene. The photo of the accident site posted by Sungyeon certainly features the scene. It couldn't have been fabricated. Well, at least Ina wants to keep us alive. That's great. It's very scary though. Hidden passage. I think it's possible though. Do you think there might be a hidden passage? Ina rubbed her forehead again. She raised her head again to face Duyun again. That was a lot of agains. Was that 2 agains in the same sentence? She raised her head again to face Duyun again. Again. Anyway, more like wishful thinking though. I wish there was one. We could exit through the passage and be saved. But to be realistic, I doubt its existence. So what I'm saying is I'm just imagining all kinds of possibilities. Same here. I'm afraid I might have given up too early when there was much more to explore and discover. You were also full of crazy thoughts just like me. Ina blurted out and surveyed the surroundings. If there's no other passage, how are we going to explain to Sungyeon? Yeah, that's a good question. Timing! It creeps me out when I think about the perfect timing. At 2 in the morning, exactly at the time forewarned. Ina disheveled the side of her hair with her hand. She glanced at Duyun hesitantly. I guess Sungyeon is the attacker, right? If we just pegged them as the attacker, it would make things much easier for us. Yeah, let's think about it that way for now. I think we should leave it at that for now, for the sake of our mental health. We can barely pull ourselves together in here. I think we should believe what we see and move forward. Ina wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Making things more vague won't help us. This is not a mission we have to solve anyway. Murder threat. Hyosung was found at 2 in the morning, which was the specific time forewarned by Sungyeon. This can't be a coincidence. Fair. Check out the rumor! Ji-young would never do that. Her past rumor has resurfaced again. It died out when it first came out because it was such nonsense, so why bring it up again? Ina raised her eyebrows. She clicked her tongue while tapping on her watch screen. They talk about it as if they see it out there, but we know, right? She's far from doing such a thing. We need to make sure that the rumor doesn't bother her. I wish she would forget about this nonsense, but I guess it won't be easy. Ina suddenly looked troubled. They probably made an issue out of it because they thought it might actually work. That's one ill-intentioned malicious rumor. Yay, rumors. Everyone hates them. Nowhere. Is this something I should be proud of? Why would they look into my friends and family? I think they have gotten as far as your crew members. It's not like I'm already dead. Ina bit her lips. Her face turned red. Don't make a fuss about it again. My goodness, we can't even contact our family or friends. They thought they'd figure out how to contact your family and friends if they kept digging. I guess your crew members know how to keep quiet. I think they found nothing interesting because they don't know either. To the remark that even the crew members didn't know how to contact. Yeah, I think it's this one. They don't have to know everything just because you guys are close. How much you open up to yourself to others is a very personal choice. Very true. Exactly. It's not like you have to know about every personal matter. My crew members are too busy practicing to ask annoying questions. That's the modern social relationship, right? I really like my crew members. They accepted me into their family when my self-confidence hit rock bottom. Even after joining Beastars, they continued to cheer for me. My crew is my home, so to speak. Wick, the crew was like a home to her. They welcomed her like a family member. They have been rooting for her even after she left the team. I even wrote the dance crew studio as my official address when filling out the Beastars application form. Still, I didn't completely open up myself to them. It's not like I have to, right? Yeah, that depends. I lived quietly until joining the audition. That's all there is to it. I don't want others to know about my life. After grumbling for a while, Ina closed her eyes. Then how dare they mess with my crew? If they have questions, they can ask me when I get out. Hide. Ina lived a quiet life before joining the audition. She even wrote the address of the dance crew when signing up for the audition show. That's fair. 6 more left. Also, I think we're going to be ending the stream when we finish the chapter. You probably took a break after leaving school, no? Just so I can get food. You didn't tell me anything about it. It overlaps with the scholarship topic Sungyeon mentioned, though. Probably wrote the post to support Sungyeon's claim. Despite the wealth, he snatched someone else's scholarship opportunity and took time off from school shortly. Yeah, that's how they want to put things out. Ina nodded with her arms crossed. If you super simplify the story, it sounds like it. Super simplify? Yeah, erasing all the details and context with intent to portray a story in a certain way. Are you asking because you really don't know? Yes, crystal clear now. In a way, you were also turned into a betrayer if your story is super simplified. Do you see where I'm getting at? Dune unknowingly bit his lip. Since I'm on the show, I can't avoid it. Portraying me in a way that fits with the show's theme. That's the same thing as ill-intentioned edits. Well, that sounds right. Maybe it is inevitable for us. There. Focus! Should we rather talk about B-stars? Like how Duyun was loved by all the judges? That favor lasted until the preliminaries. Why? It wasn't that bad in the finals either. I know it's been controversial, but you still made it to the top 5. Good or bad, they did shed light on me often. That doesn't mean you're thriving on the show, okay? Ina stopped talking and leered at Duyun. By all means, are you expecting any warm consolation from me? From you? I'm not insane yet. Be honest, I'm good at comforting people. Since when? As of now? I guess it is comforting to chit-chat like this. I told you, so who's good at comforting people? I practically gave you the answer. What's your answer? Who's good at comforting people? Why aren't you saying anything? She wants to bang. Anyway. U-Hook time! What do you think happened regarding the photos? I don't know. Maybe a Sungyeon really is in here somewhere. I checked several times to make sure it wasn't fabricated. It's clearly a photo of the collapsed stage. People out there could argue about its authenticity, but we can't tell for sure. How can we not know? U-Hook slowly rubbed his chin with his hand. But if they're in here, there's no way they can hide from us. Maybe they had a chance to escape from this place. Like how we recapped earlier? That is, if they're really in here. U-Hook surveyed the wreckage. Soon he sighed and turned back to Duyun. I don't know about the other things, but it's clearly a photo of this place, regardless of the authenticity of Esseng's arguments. If things have gotten this far, we can't keep ignoring their claim. True! You can't ignore the claim of crazy people. Hidden passage! Red nose. The passage we're not aware of. What do you think? Can we say it doesn't exist for certain? Duyun tilted his head at Gyuok's remark. We haven't checked any areas that looked risky. You heard it too. They often carried out unlicensed construction in here. I guess that's why the stage collapsed. Duyun spoke under his breath after taking a look around the place. Gyuok also mumbled something to himself. Maybe we just want to believe that someone or something is in here. A possible hidden passage. We can't conclude that there is no passage yet. Yusung's attacker is out of our radar, though. It cannot be a perfect crime. There must be a clue. Gyuok looked around while fiddling with his watch. Whatsoever, I'm not ready to give up on that possibility. I agree. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Maybe there was a passage, but it disappeared. They looked everywhere, but there was only concrete wreckage. If we see anything that could be used as a passage, we should check it, regardless of what awaits there. Possibility of exit. Gyuok didn't check dangerous places while searching for an exit. This building had been illegally extended a few times, so there could be a secret passage which is not displayed on the blueprint. Very true, because they had to rebuild the entire stage, and the stage was so shoddy, which is why it all fell apart. Timing. Do you really think Sungyeon's response was really a forewarning? If we only take the outcome into account, it doesn't look like a meaningful forewarning. You think it was a coincidence? I'm not sure which is the case. Duyun buried his head in one hand. Gyuok stared at Duyun with a worried look on his face. Yeah, I don't think too much. How? After what happened to Hyusung? We need to endure this until the rescue team arrives. As long as we stick together, no one can hurt us. Everyone must be confused dealing with this in their own way. If one of us breaks down, it will affect everyone else. Duyun raised his head and stared at Gyuok. Their eyes met. The troubled look on Gyuok's face was real. I know that. I'm just a little confused. Of course, you're not the only one. But we need to pull ourselves together. The other ending? What do you mean the other ending? Where everyone's dead? Because everyone died in the other ending. Except for Ina. Because Ina lied, but besides that, they're no different from Sungyeon. How can they say that when she's in no condition to respond to that? Gyuok gulped. Maybe that's why they have been making such a fuss. Can't deny that. Jung was always good at getting herself out of trouble. I thought it came from her experiences. Still, it doesn't mean she's not hurt. The two of them gazed at Ju-young with worried looks on their faces. Gyu-hook lowered his gaze shortly. The situation is giving her enough stress already. If anything adds up, we shouldn't lose her out of sight just like before. Gyu-hook nodded after turning to look to Ju-young again. Right, it won't happen twice. It's gonna happen again. We all know it's gonna happen again. Predict. It's gonna happen again. Was saved by the rescuers? No, she tried to kill herself. Sorry, she did not try to kill herself. She just said that she was going to and then lied. It's pretty obvious. Why would people look for her family when they don't even know anything about? I guess they wanted to dig up some dirt but eventually failed. There must be a reason for not revealing it. They call that an issue? They seriously need to know when to give up. Gina's gaze turned to Ina standing on the other side. Ina was looking at the watch screen and her face looked pale. You think Ina saw the post as well? Some people must have delivered it to her whether she liked it or not. I hope she doesn't break down and cry. I think Ina can handle that. Gyu-hook, you'd be surprised to know she is softer than she looks. Gyu-hook glanced at Duyun after quietly listening to him. Like you? In some aspects, she's way softer than I am. That's no good. We should observe Ina as well. True. What I found on specific, she was saved. No, yeah, no, she was saved, but like she tried to kill. She lied to us about dying, and she didn't. So anyway, it came out at some odd timing. I literally hid from the world after my father died. I just wanted to drop everything and let things take their course. I used to study really hard in school, but as I felt demotivated, I just left. Gyu-hook groaned quietly. For a while, I got calls from many different people. About your father? About paying tribute to him, but most of them approached me out of curiosity for fun or to take advantage of me. That's why I ran away, rather, because I couldn't handle them. Disappearance. He went into hiding after a series of incidents. The tribute has led to the interest in his family, and Gyu-hook couldn't stand the media circus. Gyu-hook smiled bitterly as if something came to mind. Beastars used my past to turn me into an enigmatic someone. To sneering remark that even his past of running away. People are always interested in finding something unique. Even tragedy or despair can become status. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I really different? If you think about it, no one lived an easy life. Everyone has their own drama, and it ends there without anyone knowing about it. Isn't that why people are more interested in individuals who have been exposed? Gyu-hook quietly stared at Duyun. After a brief silence, Gyu-hook spoke again. They not only take an interest, but also try to pick you clean. People were not interested in me as a person. They just wanted to reveal my secrets. In essence, that might be true. I'm not even sure what I've been pursuing now. Everything was different from what I had expected ever since joining the show. It's still the same. Gyu-hook nodded quietly. Yes, we're on a really unpredictable, foggy path. Escape. He wanted to avoid excessive interest from the media and the public. After he joined the audition, his mysterious past worked to pique people's interest. Why would I need to keep notes? I'm pretty good at remembering things. Like, there was the fact that I didn't play this game for 5 months after the second stream of the game I did because I was busy playing other games. And I still remembered everything that happened. Keep that in mind. And we couldn't refuse the roles. We've actually made it to the finals thanks to them. Yes, I'd be lying if I said I could have made it here even without them. Just like a basic template, we were given images to show to the audience so easily from the beginning. Unlike the time you disappeared from the world, you're showing firm resolve this time. I would have lived my whole life meaninglessly if I didn't change my mind back then. Gyu-hook quietly stared at Duyun. After a brief silence, Gyu-hook spoke again. So I came to Beastars, I haven't been myself ever since. I didn't know what I was wanting when that's the most important thing in the world. Everything was different from what I expected ever since joining the show. And that's the same. Yeah, no, I have some good memory. Bye, cheese. Have a good night. Take it easy. I'll talk to you later. Focus. Why would they bring that up now? Dude, are you okay? Yeah, it's nothing new. I thought we were being filmed together. But when I watched it later, I was the only one on the screen. I'm not sure if that's how they shot it in the first place or if it was edited that way. Duyun unknowingly sagged his shoulders. Seeing that, Gyu-hook fiddled with his tie knot. The judges were very fond of you. It was natural for them to mostly focus on you for the TV portion. You can see why others were not happy. I can see why the other members felt depressed. The difference in screen time for us was significantly different. That's very typical of you. What can you do with how they feel about it? It was you who had to confront the malicious rumor because of that. Oh, that. Judges' positive comments, different amounts of running time on TV. There were more attacks on him as if they were the reaction of it. You weren't responsible of all the things happened to you in your band. Can you really say I wasn't responsible at all? It only poison you if you let them get to you. I'd rather not think about that at this time. Gyoek patted Dooyun on his shoulder. Yes, all I think is just that I want to escape here safely. Reaction. Judge's positive comments on his undeniable popularity led to an even harsher criticism on him. 3 left. And it's all from Ju-young. There we go. There's those 3. Let's go. There must be a way to upload the photo. A Sungyeon's photo in this place without a doubt. If that's true, when do you think they took the photo? I don't know. It's not like we can inspect the metadata from here. Metadata? You don't know? All digital photos have it. Ju-young scratched her ear after seeing Dooyun's face. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. The only one from the registration data? So to speak, yes. By seeing it, we can figure out when and with what the photo was taken. Can't you check it with our watch? You can't see that much detail in the watch's viewer. Watch can't view the photo's metadata. What if you ask other Fader users? Can we ask other Fader users out there? It might be possible for desktop users, though. You don't know anything, do you? When a photo gets transferred, it loses the metadata. Oh, so the photo uploaded on Fader doesn't have the data. Feeling awkward, Dooyun clicked his tongue. Ju-young continued while looking down at her watch. The same thing happens when you send it through Messenger. So what we need is the original file from the person who took the photo. A Sungyeon would never reveal that. Very unlikely. We can't let them keep fooling us. There must be a way. Metadata. Digital photos and metadata such as a camera model, location, time, etc. But those data cannot be checked in the watch. I will be removing the photos uploaded on social media. Is that really how that works? Oh, no. I want to take a guess that the photo was actually taken with Hyusung's watch, because Hyusung's watch is the only one that actually has that. I guess the only way is for Sungyeon to reveal it to themselves. Right now, only the one who took the photo can see it. Sorry, my nose is itching. Right, although it won't happen, the best way is for Sungyeon to reveal the original photo's metadata. When a file is uploaded to social media, its metadata is normally lost, so there's no way for us to see it. Dooyun clicked his tongue while looking down at his watch. With her hand on the side of her head, Dooyun nodded. And yeah. Same stuff. Cool. Metadata, hidden passage. I don't think there's any other passage. Man, it's a 50-50 split on the passage. We did look around the whole place. We've come to the conclusion that there isn't any other passage. Ju-young stared at the dark corridor. She paused for a moment and shook her head. I thought about it again, but it doesn't change anything. Even Seal, who's a staff member, looked for it with us. If there was anything worth noting, we would have already examined it. The issue just resurfaced because of Sungyeon. Ju-young flinched at Dooyun's remark. She quickly turned around to face Dooyun. That's why I'm a bit scared. If there's no exit as Sungyeon's photo is real, it means that Sungyeon is really in here somewhere. And she could kill any one of us at any time. Timing. This is so leery. Hyusung gets attacked and the photo gets uploaded. Sungyeon said the murder would happen at 2 in the morning, right? That's when we found Hyusung. Ju-young silently ran her hand through her long hair. There's a time overlap. Dooyun, what's your take on this? It really happened at 2 a.m. Do you really think it happened as they predicted? The attack occurred around 2 in the morning. No. That's when we found the body, not when it happened. I'm not sure if I can completely agree with that. It didn't happen exactly as Sungyeon had said. No, but Hyusung was... Wait. As Sungyeon made it sound like they were going to murder him at 2 in the morning. According to their threat, someone would die at 2 in the morning. But what we found at 2 a.m. was Hyusung's lifeless body, which means the forewarned murder happened before 2 in the morning. Dooyun continued while rubbing the back of his neck. Although it might not be enough to conclude that they were completely wrong. Right, I'm not even sure if we should be making this kind of reasoning. But something doesn't add up. Hyusung's body was found at 2 in the morning, which was the specific time forewarned by Sungyeon. That is, Hyusung was already killed before that. So, still possible that it's not even Sungyeon who did the murder. Rumor. Why does everything happen all at once? The stage collapsed, Hyosung was murdered, and now we have to put up with that. It's safe outside. We should stay strong. That's reassuring, unlike the look on your face. I was just being hopeful. Ji-young weakly lowered the watch on her wrist. It's a clear-cut situation, right? Can't get the picture immediately. I get sick of Beloved that fails to gain popularity, and things go wrong as I try to hit on a rich guy and retire, right? In the end, I quit and leave Beloved without a sense of responsibility. The group gets disbanded and the agency goes bankrupt. Rumor. Ji-young had mixed feelings about the rumor that has resurfaced. She said you can fabricate the lies into truth by adding stories. Ji-young's long hair hid her face. Are you okay? Ji-young slowly raised her head after a brief silence. No, I'm angry. When I was with Beloved, I only thought about achieving my dream as a team. I know what you're saying. I think I know what you're talking about. You know, I'm the betrayer conceived by Beastars. I thought you would know. That even if I stepped forward, I would just end up hurting other people. In the end, I would probably end up shying off. Max mental health, let's go! The two silently stared at each other. What I dreaded the most wasn't the rumor itself. Then, people began to believe it as soon as the rumor broke. I felt very offended. Love scandal, money, retirement, I never thought about any of those. I had a dream, I had a goal, that's all I could think of. That's why I was annoyed. Annoyed at people's prejudice that an unpopular idol would no doubt try to seduce a rich guy and retire. People who were disappointed in me, reporters that were throwing obscene words at me, and... Ji-young shuddered for a moment. Me, who couldn't say anything against their accusations. Misunderstanding. Ji-young felt shocked when the scandal broke out. She focused only on making her dream come true, but people started to believe the groundless rumor. Anyone would know if they had worked with you side by side, about what kind of person you are, or what kind of dream you had when you joined the show. Well, I'm not so sure. I don't think I've come out of it yet. Twist. Ji-young had mixed feelings when the rumors about her dating and retirement were immediately treated as truth. At the time, she only thought about her dreams and goals. So she paid zero attention. And we could go on to the next part of the story, but we still got things to read from Ji-young. Nowhere. I used to worry about many things in the past. I'm okay with my haters giving me a hard time, but when I couldn't get along with some of my fans who wanted to know more about me, I really didn't know what to do with them. Ji-young's gaze shifted to Tina as she talked. I guess Ina was stressed out. I think people meant well when they went to see her family, but her family could have felt bothered. Some people don't want to be contacted in that way. Her family didn't come to the finals. Maybe they were dealing with their own family problem. I know you can't avoid unwanted attention, but this is too much. Ji-young stared at Do-yoon again. Do-yoon, I think you should talk to Ina more often. If not, she'll keep thinking about what's going on out there. I guess it applies to all of us. Ji-young quietly nodded. Her long hair brushed off her shoulder. Yes, to all of us. By talking more, we should be able to avoid internal conflicts. We need to take care of each other more carefully. We do, and that's why everyone has the best rapport, so that way no one gets sad and dies. Disappearance. You're talking about Gyu-huk's university days. He simply left school and stayed home. That's not the same as disappearing. I guess they were comparing Gyu-huk's current position to his past, and they added the story about his late father, Byung-hee Lee. Oh, I guess it must have been an unusual circumstance after his father's death. Ji-young's face briefly turned grim. What do you think Gyu-huk had in mind when he joined Beastars? I guess he put lots of thought into it, just like anybody else. To pass or fail an audition after showing all they've got would be very challenging, even fearful for anyone. Ji-young nodded after a brief pause. Maybe Gyu-huk had been struggling with that fear during that tough time. Other people might envy Gyu-huk for having a famous father, also fabulous father. Hey, but for him it became a burden he had to deal with. Often sensed that while talking with him. I guess the sophisticated mind came from that background, the heavy burden and his struggles with it. You had a fabulous father. You were so fabulous. Focus. The decision came from the judges. It's not like you had any strings to pull. It's not your fault that the judges thought highly of you. I don't think I did anything wrong either. It's just that their decision was totally unexpected and resulted in specific consequences for my life. Jin quietly patted Do-yoon on his arm. Your surroundings change even when you walk. If you didn't want any changes, you shouldn't have done anything at all. But remember, both you and I decided to move on. Ji-young, I'm listening. Do-yoon couldn't continue. Ji-young folded her hands together after looking at him for a while. Do-yoon, let's focus on what's at hand. If we fall here, that's the end of everything. We can grab another opportunity only after we get out of here. True. All right, time to continue the story. Who's ready for the story fun times? How many keywords did we get? 15 keywords, 4 profiles, and still a dead Hyusung. Hey, report increased with seal. That's good. Jiyun looked at the blinking watch. What up, Pluggle? Come to think of it, finding and posting a photo means someone got cold feet, don't you think? What is he saying? Problem is, the photo was taken here. Everyone is having a hard time. They clearly crossed the line. I don't like them. I don't like you either. Ah, pity for me. Forget what I just said, silly me. Jiyun, what's your opinion? Is Sungyeon really there with you and others? Jiyun was lost in thought for a moment. There are many different opinions towards Sungyeon. Some believe Sungyeon was an internet troll out there, while some believe that there was someone hiding in the building. And Pluggle was asking Jiyun's opinion. I think Sungyeon is here, because that's how Hyusung died. Must be hiding near here. You seem so sure about it. What makes you think so? Not just the photo. The murder threat. Which is the coincidence? I think it's those three. The photo Sungyeon sent was absolutely taken from here. The image is too small to see on our watch screens, but all of us agreed on that. Whoa, a wizard he must be then. Sungyeon declared that they would kill Hyusung at 2 o'clock, and Hyusung was found dead at that exact hour. Can't be a coincidence. A true mystery. Sungyeon said they killed Hyusung, but the time was body was 2, so it still could be a coincidence. Alright, but this goes against the claim that Sungyeon's in there. Yeah, no, I forget about that. There we go. Sorry, possibility of exit. I'm dumb. And we can see the facilities here, and so poorly and arbitrarily built. They could be areas that we aren't aware of yet, or that aren't on the blueprint. That's why you believe Sungyeon's there? His head cleared as he sent the message. Sungyeon is hiding in here somewhere. Sungyeon, prime suspect. The body was found at the specific time informed by Sungyeon. The photo on the site is real. It seems that Sungyeon committed the crime by using a secret passage. After a brief moment, Plughole replied. I'll sum up what you just said. Listen up. A mysterious person, Sungyeon, used a secret passage that might or might not exist. Sungyeon is daring to take photos there, and we still have no clue to figure out if this is real. People died at the specific time Sungyeon announced, but we don't really know if the murder happened at that time. We simply guess that it might have. What if we bet on the other possibility? Sungyeon is not there, but at home just bumming around, probably figured out the fact that they went a little too far. Sungyeon, outsider. The photo posted by Sungyeon has no metadata. The death of Hyusung was perhaps a coincidence since there was no passages. Sungyeon must be just a pathetic troll. Are you saying that we are all fooled by Sungyeon? Anyway, there was also other people there with you. I got to use some hard evidence to get Sungyeon. Make sure no one falls for it anymore. On the other hand, Plugger also seems to be saying things at random. Jiyun bit his lip and sent a new message. It sounds like you don't know how to get Sungyeon either. Hey, come on! We just gotta let this troll blabber as much as they want until they figure out they've talked too much. Is best way to fight with an anonymous troll like this one. If we keep picking and you share what's going on in there. Here's a simple quiz for you. You said a few things a while ago. To corner Sungyeon, what questions should I keep asking? Just keep at it? From what they had talked about so far, there should have been something that would undermine Sungyeon's claims. What would render Sungyeon unable to refute? That would be... Yeah, we're just talking to Pluggle. I'll say that the time as Sung-yeon predicted was actually wrong. We found he sung at 2 in the morning, which means our prediction was not precisely correct. Shit, this is one of those options? Oh, fuck. Metadata. I'll just keep demanding us to reveal the metadata of their photo. They post the photo as evidence of their presence here. We might be able to catch them by checking the location and time of the photo. Yes. Ask Sung-yeon to reveal the photo's metadata. Since photos are the most convincing media on Fader, Sung-yeon won't be able to slide off easily. If they do, we get tenacious and keep questioning it. You know a bit about dealing with trolls. That's it. From now on, we should focus on the metadata. Boom! That's how you do it. The messages stop there briefly. Using the metadata to trap us Sung-yeon is all good, but why is he doing this? How did Plughole get my number? And what does he get by fighting back against us Sung-yeon? Doyoon could think of no plausible explanation. And why was he partnering with this stranger? The oppressive feeling, death of his peer, and a mysterious attacker, the slandering of the anonymous account. Maybe Doyoon was trying to escape from it all, even for a brief moment. Anything else on the watch? You're hooked on it. Are you following this battle on Fader? Plughole is demanding us Sung-yeon to reveal the metadata this time, saying the photo could be photoshopped. Plughole didn't hesitate to counter S. Sung-yeon. I feel left out. I am the only one without a watch. Seal interrupted Doyoon. Let me take a look at it. If the photo is real, disclose its metadata. You don't know what it is? The photo's metadata. Understand? If it can't disclose the time the photo was taken, we can't know it's true. If it can do so. Cut the crap and just show the photo info. The half of the stage must have be fallen down, so it's nearly impossible to kill someone and take a picture in such a small space if they're not a ninja. Looks like this troll's tongue is tied. Wait, did I miss anything? Nope, good. Oh, fuck! If the photo is a fake, we could just ignore all this nonsense. Who in the world attacked Hyosung then? Please post a piece of evidence instead of a comment, as Sung-yeon. Are you drawing any info window on the photo? What's taking you so long? Wait, here it is! It's so pathetic to see people try to deny reality. So for 2018, 23, 22, 17. So they took that picture at 11:22. But was it? The building was almost collapsed at 11. The GPS points to the venue. Unbelievable. Plughole suddenly shut up. Ran away after seeing the evidence? It's possible to modify the photo's metadata, but there are no signs of altering or editing the photo. And people say the place of the photo is the stage, so chances are the photo was taken inside the fallen stage. Rolling sleep. Thank you for the reporting, but we couldn't confirm that there are other survivors. Is it a ghost? As Sung-yeon revealed the metadata, they caught both Doyoon and Plughole off guard. His head began to pound like crazy. Doyoon barely managed to get up on his knee. Then, is that Sung-yeon really somewhere here? Boom! To be continued. Next chapter. We are 28,000 votes behind Ina. We might die. We still got full sanity. Was Hyosung really attacked by... Is that even possible? At this point, we can't just deny everything they said. This troll leaves us no space. There was a sense of panic in their voices. Doyoon barely managed to straighten himself up. At all costs. He managed to blurt some words out through clenched teeth. I will solve this mystery at all costs. 3 o'clock in the morning. Pursuit. Damn it, Sung-yeon wouldn't back down. The metadata is uploaded. That was easy for him to say. He didn't feel offended. He could feel the anxiety dying out. What should we do now? We've exchanged punches. It's our turn now. Now you really need to help me. You should verify the metadata as Sung-yeon has disclosed. Verify? Let's piece together what happened. The photo as Sung-yeon posted shows what exactly? As Sung-yeon's photo. Doyoon looked at the first photo again. That's the stage. Although it's too dark to be certain, it's probably the stage. Look up stage. It must be the stage that was on TV. Yes, I just wanted to cross-check. Yes, no doubt it is our stage. Wait, cross-check? Cross-checking whom? Cross-checking whom, sir? Whom, I asked. You don't need to know. Ugh. Let's go to the next step. Sung-yeon hid the camera model part in the metadata of the image. Why did they hide only that part? Strange, isn't it? But before discussing that, let's take a look at the time information in the metadata. It's 23 and 22. Sung-yeon hid the camera model part because it's Hyu-sung's watch. They literally went to Hyu-sung's body, grabbed the watch, uploaded the photo to show that it was theirs. That's what it is. They are there, however, they're using Hyu-sung's watch. I want to talk about the time. The photo was taken at 23:22, so what were the others doing at 11:22 p.m.? 11:22 p.m. At that time we were... I think that's when they found the body. Hang on a second, what time did we find Sung-yeon? Ju-young quickly checked her watch. Around midnight. Yeah, no, I have to wait until I can save again, Catsy. Ju-young sent the message, but the response was cold. Hey, you should point out the time. Are you helping me or testing me? You're lucky that I'm such a tender-hearted person. What you're explaining doesn't make sense, in particular about the time. It was taken at 11:22 p.m., not 1:22 or 1:12, Ju-young. So it happened before that. So the stage at that time. Really? You're sure you're not confused? I'm absolutely sure now. We were all on the stage. Wait, if that's the case. Weird, then how did they take a picture? We have to rule out everything that's impossible, leaving only the possible explanation. You know where this leads. Yeah, it's Hyu-sung's watch. If the photo was taken there, it would have been taken by one of you. Ju-young instinctively glanced at the rest of the group. It's Hyu-sung's watch. If someone here took the photo, who could it have been? Ju-young had no clue whatsoever. Yes, you do! Let's talk over the phone. Oh, hell nah. Using data service is much better. We can't call, but we still use Fader and Messenger, can't you see? Crap. Sung-yeon was really here with us, you mean? Hiding somewhere to take the picture? Excuse me. Look at the photo. See if it was taken from a hiding place. It wasn't this angle, not even close. No, it was taken from the stage. Well then, let me ask you a very important question. Anyone there have a smartphone? No, all of us are using our only Messenger and Fader on our smartwatches. There's a device, that's a device I'm not familiar with, then I'll change the question. That smartwatch or whatever. Has a camera? Hyu-sung's watch has a camera! One of the contestants late Hyu-sung was wearing a watch with a camera. Geez, that's not fair. Only he had a watch with a camera. Well, thanks for confirming that. Is he near you? I was told not to touch his body, so he's still there in the place where he was found. Would you do me a big favor? Can you go check his watch? In particular, check if his watch has the photo that was posted on Fader. Ju-young lowered his watch and thought briefly. Check Sung's photo on Hyu-sung's watch? What does that even mean? His head swirled with confusing thoughts. Go check his watch! I'm on it. I'll get back to you soon. Ju-young stared at the group. He looked at the rest of the group, then looked worried and confused. Ju-young tucked his chin and opened his eyes. The photo Sung-yeon uploaded. Maybe it was taken by Hyu-sung's watch. Their eyes widened as he had expected. But Hyu-sung is already dead. That's what you came up with after spacing out for so long? Why would Hyu-sung do that? Dude, you're going too far with this. Ju-young explained why they needed to check the watch. But he didn't mention anything about plug hole. Nobody would trust an idea from some anonymous source. You can think all you want, but I'm not sending you alone. I agree, we'll go together. You're going there again? Another tremor could come at any time where the attacker might... Ju-young took a step forward towards Seal. Seal, let's go. Huh? Why me? He was about to jump out of his skin. It's dangerous to go alone, so two of us should go together. I'd feel better if Ina, Ju-young, and Gyu-huk stay together on the stage. If I have a question about the watch, you'll be able to help me. Help? Okay. Fine, I'll go with you. Let's go, Seal! If you sense danger, get back here immediately. You heard what she said. Let's go check the watch. Let's go check the watch because Hyu-sung was 100% taking pictures at the beginning. I knew it was going to be scary. Check whatever you need and let me know if you have questions. I'll keep watch to make sure nobody can catch us off guard. Thanks, I'll be quick. Ju-young patted Seal on the shoulder and went inside. If this is an investigation, wait, I missed out on something. Isn't his watch locked with a password? I can't crack it. Everyone uses the same password since the watches are sponsored products. What a poor sense of information security. Any chance that Fader could be hacked? Each Fader account is bound to the watch app. It's not even possible to switch accounts. This means that even if a Beastars contestant has their official account stolen, no one can write a post without the watch. People are asking, so then all those corny posts that came earlier was written by you guys? The earlier posts were written by a staff member at the end of the first round of the finals. We were only allowed to write posts starting in the second round. I see, I just thought you wrote all those annoying posts. Okay, what's the watch model's number and password? Wants to know the password? June turned around to check on Seal. He was staring at the entrance with a worried look on his face. He asked Duyun to share the watch. Let's just share it. BA-W320EC, password 1803. Thanks. Investigating the watch now, wish me luck, moi. It could be a mistake, but he had no better idea at the moment. Duyun shook his wrist and looked toward Hyusung's watch. Ugh. He groaned upon touching the cold body. What's up, you okay? Nothing, I'm fine. Duyun raised his hand to assure Seal. He entered the password and checked the screen. There was a photo album that wasn't included on the watches by default. He opened the album. There it is. Found it! The photo that Sungyeon had uploaded was right there. At the same time, a certain memory crossed Duyun's mind. I fucking remember this. See, this is how it works. Like this. This watch comes in two models. The Model C has a built-in camera and the others don't. He thought about the moment when they were talking about the smartwatch, which was sponsored. The photo posted on the social media was the one taken at the time. Hey, what up, R? How's it going? I remember you from DBD yesterday. Here's the photo. I remember Hyusung took that photo. And I remember that because that was 5 months ago. The model number on the watch must be written there. BA-W320EC. This leads us to another question. How was the photo from the watch made it to Sungyeon? Doing pretty good. Playing a visual novel that is full of crazy shit going on. Though, once I get to a safe spot, I'm going to be wrapping up the stream so I can get some food. Because I am hungry, and Jack of the Box is open 24 hours. Choose your answer. Number 1, the dead person conspired with Sungyeon. He sent the photo to them. 2, Sungyeon stole the photo from the dead person's watch. In this case, we need to figure out how. I think Sungyeon leaked it out on their own. I don't think Hyusung did it. Been up for 4.5 hours. True. Well, usually I stream for a lot longer, but today I've been asleep for pretty much the entire day, and then I started streaming, and then I realized after that. I was trying to remember where I met you. Yeah, one of the few good Dead by Daylight games I had yesterday. Weirdly enough, I think that game also involved the dude who messaged me and tried to curse me out. The killer, I think. Either that or it was the one before. Hyusung wouldn't have sent the photo. Sungyeon must have taken the photo out of his device somehow. I must find out how it was done. Do you know how Sungyeon took the photo? A way to intercept the photo. Oh, really? Yeah, no, I had a killer from yesterday who just started messaging me just how, like, they were like super like mad because I was like, you're a shitty streamer, so on and so forth. I wasn't even streaming because I was just tired and wanted to play some Dead by Daylight to wrap some stuff up. And I responded back because I just looked at their profile, found out literally all their comments is people telling them like terrible shit because they're just a bad human being. So I just kind of sent them a bit of a screen cap of just like, seems like you're not the most popular person. Just send it back to them. God. But yeah, most of the Dead by Daylight games yesterday, like yours was a good one because it was, I think we were all PC players, right? It was you were a group of 3, I think, and then there was another group of all PC players that we just fucked around the entire time, and it was a good time. Was it the nurse? It might have been. I don't know. I don't remember the person's name. No, I think their name was like G20 or something. but I don't know if that was that one. You weren't with anyone? I just remember that we all did fucking fantastic in the game. I think we almost lost that, but then we did pretty good. Also, the answer in this is the camera app, because it uploads to the cloud. Camera. I heard photos are sent to the cloud drive. The photo can be downloaded by accessing the cloud drive. The camera on Hyosung's watch. All the photos the watch takes will be stored in the cloud drive. As Sungyeon could have downloaded the photo from there. You did a good job, Doyoon. Let's go, max sanity. I have nothing left to teach you. Go open your own business. Oh, actually not yet. The photo on the cloud drive must be the original version with the metadata. I thought so. I'm gonna send you something fun. Check it out. What the? Yep. They 100% used Hyosung's watch. It was a photo uploaded by Sungyeon. The captured image also revealed the camera model. The model is Hyosung's smartwatch. Viola, how did you get it? I found it in the cloud drive linked to the camera app on Hyosung's watch. I couldn't believe the username was the same as the Fader username. Enter the common password. I knew the contestants were told not to change the settings, but it's over the top. What a security hole. Can the backup server be accessed from outside? I could access it with my PC. Ready for streamers? Yeah, I like playing everything. Like today, if I wasn't hungry, I would probably be finishing up the post game for Xenoblade. But I love just variety. I don't like playing the same game over and over. It's so boring playing the same game over and over. Even though I'm a Dead by Daylight player. I try not to play the same game like twice in a row. So, variety is fun. Variety is fun. Don't see too much anymore. Usually see a lot of people playing Fortnite or Apex or just whatever the popular game is, and that's all. But I just like playing whatever I feel like. The smartwatches support web browsing? No. Oh yeah, it doesn't. How about switching to another account? Nope. Then it's a useless device. I won't buy it. Yeah, now you get my point. Sungyeon is just an attention seeker. Mentality is really good to have. Thank you. Thank you. It's got to be someone out there who knows your common password. Just like me. Leaked photos. Sungyeon got the photo that had been taken by Hyosung's watch and automatically uploaded to the cloud server, but no one knows how Sungyeon learned about the cloud and the password. Let's reveal Sungyeon's identity then. Not yet. This is not enough. It's just bait. To trap Sungyeon with this piece of evidence, we must prove that the original copy belongs to someone else. Got it? Posting on Fader involves losing all other data of the photos. We should upload our photo along with the metadata just like Sungyeon did. So if you post it, brag about hacking someone's cloud server? No way. That'll drive us into a problematic situation later. But he came this far. You want us to beat Hyosung. Then what should we do? Sungyeon is not in a good position since the metadata cannot be checked on a smartwatch. The point is, we have found out how Sungyeon could get the photo, but that alone is not enough. People will get confused over who's right if Sungyeon denies all that. Just want to come and see what's up. You seem really nice. If I didn't have stuff I had to finish tonight to stay for the rest of the team. It's all good, no worries. Like I said, we're about to wrap things up. Do I have a schedule? Yes and no. Pretty much every day I do try to stream, and it's always something different every day. I mean, we do have like our Discord, which kind of has it listed, but since I work a job that has so many sparse hours, like sometimes I'm working the dead of night, sometimes I'm working the mornings, it just kind of flips. So Discord is usually the best place to figure out if I'm streaming that day or not. That's it. But like tomorrow we're going to be doing some chill games, I believe. Or no, tomorrow's Friday, so tomorrow is multiplayer-esque. So we'll be doing Dead by Daylight and some other multiplayer sort of games. So yeah. Who's right if Sungyeon denies all that? We need a smoking gun. Like what? Like I know who you are thingy. The best way to defeat a troll is to reveal their identity. What time will we be starting? I get home, so let's see, I get home by 4, unless they cut me early, which they might cut me early because tomorrow I'm only working one floor. So I'm gonna say tentatively like 5 p.m. Pacific. Am I Pacific Standard Time right now? Whatever Arizona's time is right now. Like right now it's 11:45. So we'll probably be streaming from like 5 p.m. On Friday for Pacific Standard Time, all the way till like 2 in the morning or something, because that's Friday, and then Saturday I work in the afternoon, in the evening. So because I work in the evening, I'll be up pretty late, and I'll make sure I'll have food before stream. Oh yeah, 6 p.m. my time. Sweet. They're only saying those things because they've been able to stay anonymous. To win, we must take off the troll's mask. What if Essingen keeps denying? This will happen if we miss it, but we hit the bullseye, then they won't be able to deny it. We must entangle them with solid evidence to break the whole frame. Enjoy the spoiler stream. Thanks, RRP Top. Appreciate it. Yeah, take it easy. Enjoy the rest of your night. Easier said than done. How can we know who they are? Wait a second. Sorry, I know I've been like focusing on talking in chat, but also like I've been half reading this. Isn't Essingen in here? Somebody murdered Hyusung. Somebody straight up murdered Hyusung. So if Essingen is just some random asshole who is like just off the grid being a hacker, that means one of the 4 other people in here murdered Hyusung. That's not good. Well, no, he could be a hacker and got them dead like Plughole just did. Now we know how Essingen got the photo. Let's just narrow down the list. Find out who hates you and Hyusung. The last and second to last in ranking respectively. Essingen seems to have a grudge, considering their murder threat. Grudge. Does Essingen have a grudge against the top 5? Possibly yes to Sungyeon, whom they impersonate, Hyusung, with whom they argued, and Doyoon, who is the next target. So it would be Seal, and figure out who's likely to enter the cloud backup server. If you can, find other evidence too. So it's Seal. Password. Essingen gained the photo from the cloud server, which was linked to Hyusung's watch account. This is impossible without knowing the password. Now get back to your friends and stay with them. They'll be missing you if you only hang out with me. I'll be having fun with Essingen in the meantime. See ya. Plughole said what he wanted to say and just disappeared. Tend this, I need to reveal the identity. Doyoon chewed over the message. Essingen appeared out of nowhere to taunt the survivors and left everyone bewildered with Hyusung's death. The confusion would just grow if Doyoon didn't do anything about it. After pondering for a moment, Doyoon turned his steps. Seal, I think I'm done. What? Did you find something? Yeah, thanks to you. Awesome. 2 heads is definitely better than 1. Let's go back. I have something to share with everyone. Seal tilted his head to the side, feeling curious, but soon led Doyoon back to the group. It's gotta be Seal then, right? It's gotta be. This is how Essingen uploaded the photo. Just who is this bastard? Should I post it on Fader and raise hell? Like Doyoon said, I think that would just make things messier. But I'm about to go nuts! Downloading the photo doesn't necessarily mean Essingen is out there. It also does not suggest they are not Hyusung's attacker. If they really are the attacker, we can notify the police. Police? Yeah, I guess we could do that. There was some controversy when Doyoon suggested that he would reveal Essungyun's identity. I agree, I'm really curious what this creep's all about. I don't agree, you could get bashed on Fader if things go wrong. We're just survivors, it's not our job to reveal the truth. We could try if we have strong clues, but I don't want us to overdo it. We tried to ignore them, but this won't end. We can't stop their influence if we keep ignoring them. I'll figure out who Essungen is, and get them kicked off Fader. Doyoon made up his mind. The rest of the group seemed to agree that Essungyun's presence was a problem. How did you narrow down the suspect pool again? You mentioned 2 possible cases, right? Essungen could be someone who knows our password, or someone who felt motivated to stir things up anonymously using our account or accident as an opportunity. Anything else? They knew more about the contestants than most ordinary viewers, regardless of the accuracy. They could be someone who works for the show or someone close to them. Info. Essungen seems to know sensitive information about the top 5 that was only available to the staff. There were 3 possible cases. It might be possible to narrow it down further to a certain pool if investigated further. Doyoon gulped and stepped forward. There we go. So it's Seal, right? So it's Seal, right? Like, it's... We know from the... Okay, I gotta talk about this. This is my thoughts right now, okay? Because we're gonna be ending off the stream here in a bit, but I want to talk about my thoughts, okay? Out of every single person that we know, right? Out of every single person that we know, Seal is the only person who does not have a watch. Okay, makes sense. Cool, whatever. But But we know that in the first ending of the game, in the actual first ending of the game, we know that Seal is hiding a laptop in his bag. He does not let anyone touch it, but he is hiding a laptop inside of his bag. With that, he has full access to being Sungyeon, right? He legitimately has full access to being, yeah, he has a gadget in his bag. It's a laptop PC in his bag, or I think it's a tablet, one of the two. It would have to be him. It could also, I will admit, it could also be Plughole. Like Plughole is just fake, like just trying to play both sides. Or it could be Sungyeon herself and she faked her death. Like, it's one of these three. Seal seems like the most likely, but I would not be surprised if Sungyeon is actually the person and it's like a whole... Recall the time Seal's left in the timeline of it. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, he could have been the one. He probably would be the one who murdered Hyosung. That doesn't seem like too bad. But oh, I got an idea. I got it. Here is my predictions. Ready? Here's my predictions. The culprit is Sungyeon Shin. The culprit is Sungyeon Shin. He can't send the messages, Cassie. That's the thing. Seal cannot send the messages because every time a message has been sent, it's when everyone is all together. Which means Seal, which means that Gyuhuk, that means Ina, Juyoung, and Doyoon are all together when that happens. There's no way Seal could just flip out his like tablet in front of them because they're gonna be like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what the fuck? But this is gonna sound fucking insane, but like, this is the only thing that makes sense to me right now. Ready? Time messages? No, it can't be time messages based on Plughole doing what Plughole's doing. What if it is a technology thing? What if it's an actual technology? Because keep in mind, like the sponsored watches and everything, they're like unique designs and everything. But what if, bear with me here, what if the consciousness of Sungyeon Shin gets implemented or put up into the cloud, so that way she doesn't have to be alive when this is all happening? She just uses her unconscious connected into the technology so she can send whatever message she wants. That's why she could send the watch information from Hyosung, because she knows what the password is and she knows the access to the cloud stuff and knows the important stuff because she's the producer. She knows all of that sort of stuff. Seal doesn't need to do anything. He just had to put like maybe like a USB drive or something into the tablet, so that way it gives the subconscious of Sungyeon Shin every power possible. Hence why she's able to, why it's like, oh, we're the ghost of Sungyeon Shin. That's because she literally, since she's inside the tablet has the account, and since she's an AI, uses it to do it. What if that's what it is? I'm calling it right fucking now. Was she even a hacker to begin with? She doesn't have to be a hacker. That's the thing. She does not need to be a hacker whatsoever. She could work with other people who are hackers. Because if she's an AI, she can get information from the internet on like what exactly like she should do and if she should block some stuff out or anything. And she could literally like have worked with like another team of people to make this happen. Put a piece of her into an artificial AI, like an artificial intelligence sort of thing. And that's how it works. So the killer is Seal, right? So Seal is the one who killed Hyosung. And technically Seal could have also been the one to kill Doyoon right here, but since there was nothing like really set in stone, Sungyeon Shin had Seal like had to react, And when Ina went to the staff room because she was dumb, Seal killed Hyusung, met up with Ina, and then moved out. Because that would be the time that nobody was in there. Except for Seal. Seal would have been the only one to have heard it. So, Seal would be the killer, but not as Sungyeon. Because the producer would be it. That's why she doesn't have to be alive. That's why when the show, like, when everything happened, like, she could die. And since she could die, it didn't change anything. That I'm sticking with that. I'm sticking with that. That is my prediction. I'm writing it down right here. Because I think that Seal is worried that we're getting closer and closer to the truth. Seal has stalker photo to current image. Well, I think he wants to do everything possible to help Ina win, but I think that that's not like... Like, that's the thing. When it comes to like this, with Sungyeon's photo evidence, like, Seal, I don't think it's an alternate personality sort of thing. I really don't. I honestly, just being 100% honest, I think it's just the fact that like Seal has to, like, you know, because keep in mind, he, out of all the staff that left, he's the only one that remained, even though he probably had every access to leave. So he is just trying to help S. Sungyeon, which is the dead producer, help her kill, like, to elevate the show into new light, or to new heights by doing all of this. I feel like that's what it is. I feel like that is what it is. Wow, we still have a lot to go. Jesus. I was not expecting that much. Actually, not really. So we got A route B. This is probably A route number 6. Or number 3, number 4. And this is probably like ending stuff. And I know there's a B route because I ended up just seeing that there was B route stuff. So, Jesus. Oh, there's multiple branches. The attacker was figured out. The truth has been revealed. The rescue team arrived. Met a certain person. So we get to meet Plughole at some point. That'd be cool. Acquire all keywords. Saw endings and subsequent events. Completed all challenges. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're there. Oh, I think we're so there. Wow, there's a lot of epilogues too. Ooh. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. More drama? Depends. I think I'm right. I think I'm right. I'm just telling y'all right now. I think I'm right. Yeah, adding more drama to the show to get more people to watch it. I think I'm right. I think I'm right. If so, like, even if I get it right, that is by far the coolest twist ever. Like, that would be really cool. That would be really cool. Oh, I'm excited to play this more. I'm super excited to play this more. However, it is also midnight now. It is about to hit midnight here, and I have still not eaten. So I need to go get food. Luckily, there's a 24-hour place, so I can do that. So we're gonna wrap things up here. Like I said, for tomorrow on the schedule for whatever it's freaking called, streaming schedule. So tomorrow's multiplayer-esque, so we're gonna probably play some Dead by Daylight as well as 100% Orange Juice tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna be playing Evil Dead. But we'll see. But Dead by Daylight, we're going to be probably playing Killer tomorrow. And then we're going to do some 100% Orange Juice fun times. For Buried Stars, though, I need to let you guys know that Buried Stars going to be on a little tiny break. Just a little tiny break. Saturday and Sunday, I both work in the afternoons. This game takes, we're almost at 5 hours for this stream. This game takes about 4 to 5 hours to like properly keep going through it and everything. So with that being said, excuse me, I would like those to be on days where I don't work in the afternoon, or if I don't work at all, right? So for Saturday and Sunday, because I do work in the afternoons for those story-based days, because that is the case, we will not be playing Buried Stars, but we will either be doing Xenoblade Chronicles or a different one in the morning before I go to work. So I'm just letting you guys know that right now, just because of like work schedule and everything. As far as the next Buried Stars stream itself, I'm just double checking, because then that would go to Thursday. Thursday I work afternoon, so nope. Saturday I work afternoon. It's gonna be a while for Buried Stars. I'm trying to stick to my schedule like very strictly, like very strict to my schedule. So we're probably gonna have to wait like maybe a week or so before we play Buried Stars again, because it has to be a 4 to 5 hour stream. Like there's no other way, and it works much better in the afternoons than it does in the mornings. So that will be the gist there. Unless well, no, it's not gonna work, because unless I leave work early on a day or switch. So we'll see. But anyway, with that being said, I'm going to end things off here. So thank you guys so much for watching. I do hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Of course, if you're new here, feel free to follow. We do try to stream every single day. But with that, have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, and or evening. Of course, my name is Katathi. I'll see you guys next time for some more Reddit gaming. See you guys later. Peace. Bye, everybody.